I don't know why I didn't copy and paste.
No. We are good to go and start.
Hi, people. GM is dead.
He lacks discipline. But,
Suck it.
no, that's okay. Trying to remember where the start point was.
Well, go over the last session, and then we'll go over the recap of what we did yesterday. Because for
No,
those,
that's what I'm trying to remember, though.
Gotcha.
It's been mostly...
My brain's dead.
Didn't it start at the village?
Oh yeah, I started at the village with, after Hokama and all that jazz.
Wasn't it that we saved him and then we were going to look for his people and we noticed the footprints and then that led to the totem?
Was the totem's last session?
Yes.
Okay. I can manage from there. So, upon arriving back at our home village, we've come to find it mauled and destroyed in large measures. Signs indicate that the survivors fled to Vorgos stronghold. At the same time, Okama, our beastman ally...
Akala. Hokama is a whole different other entity.
Yeah. Akala was entranced and taken over by famine. After some interaction with him, some back and forth taunting, Solon approached Akala and, using the dagger of war, broke through the enchantment that bound him, or that connected him to famine. With that being the case, we stumbled upon one other major discovery within the village. It turns out that upon destruction of a village or a target, the beastmen were chaining totem spirits to these various locations to hide their traces.
And
we aren't sure what other sinister purposes they may be doing that to, but at the bare minimum, we do know it was hiding their tracks and any hint or indication of where they were. Through his blood, Solon had a ritual that could break the bindings of these totem spirits and set them free. He set about, and we freed the first totem spirit, which was of the three totem spirits that were above the village. It was a stag, a wolf, and a
serpent.
Serpent. With the breaking of the bindings, we broke free the serpent. Granted us some powerful boon. Upon doing so, Famine decided to pay us a visit, or at least his male aspect, to both taunt us and potentially corrupt us, succeeding in getting its hooks in Araxis. Solon, using his dagger once more, scratched Araxis, freeing her from his Famine's control, but at the same time alleviating her, or releasing her from several boons she had received back in the labyrinth.
And the freshly acquired serpent boon.
And the freshly acquired serpent boon. We then successfully tricked Famine through tricky use of telepathy, and succeeded in releasing the dragon totem that had been tied to Famine directly, granting us again another powerful boon. Solon telling the others that this plan was only going to work once. Not daring to try it again, he freed the remaining two totems that were bound above the village. As such, they began their exploration and headed out south towards a fortress that they had previous dealings with. Upon arriving at the fortress, they come to find the fortress destroyed. No sign or bodies lying of children and men everywhere, as well as beastmen, but no female corpses. Again, two more totems being bound above this one: the tortoise and the badger, or wolf. A badger ursine.
Yeah, ursine. There we go.
Non-bear ursine creature. And after freeing them and gaining several more boons, they proceeded to look for survivors surrounding the fortress, succeeding to finding several soldiers and refugees, bringing them to safety using the powers of Gavin's boon companion, protectee, teleportation bitch.
Ouch.
Well, he doesn't call to say how she's doing. He doesn't, write. All he does is, hit her up whenever he needs to go somewhere.
That's true.
I'd be insulted if I were her.
She is.
Well, I haven't even been with her like a whole session yet.
Remember how your dad met your mom, right?
Well, at least we're off with a better start than that, right?
There was rape involved there.
Yeah, I've heard the story.
And not his father doing the raping. Anywho. So, we come to find that a village further to the south was going to be soon under attack, if not already under attack, by the remaining Beastman horde. Contacting both their surviving military forces and powerful companions, as well as contacting their former enemy, Vorgoth, telling him about the assault of the Beastmen. Vorgoth and his warriors came through a portal, again created by Gavin's boon companion.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have enough names to remember. She's just lucky I'm not calling her Portal Bitch.
Fair.
Coming through this portal to render aid and utterly decimating the horde of beastmen. After the horde of beastmen was destroyed, was this the point where we came to learn that there was 3 aspects of famine? Anyways, there's 3 aspects to famine. At some point in this journey, we discovered that the 3 aspects of famine.
I believe Kron spoke to you about it.
Was it Kron or was it the dragon aspect?
Dragon aspect.
Yeah.
Dragon aspect.
Yeah,
The 3 aspects is a female aspect, which was currently presiding over the sea, collecting the more bestial aspects of the sea in order to rise up to attack us from said sea. Meanwhile, the male aspect was taking over the Beastmen tribes, whereas their truly terrifying entity comes when both unite into a single entity.
Yep.
Yeah, Vorgoth decided to take the remaining warriors to destroy the one known Beastmen encampment of the south. Meanwhile, we decided to branch out and begin searching far and wide on this.
You forgot the whole interaction with Karan there. Because
I did,
Vorgoth
but
never, yeah.
forcing the aspect of death, the fourth horseman of the apocalypse, to decide whether or not he was going to side with his three brethren or side on the side of life and not seek about the destruction of all existence. Death finally made his choice and decided to side with existence, removing the taint of war from Vorgoth, causing Vorgoth to go through an existential crisis on whether or not how bad a person he truly was and how much of it was war's influence. That is where we ended previous session. If you want more details, go and watch Charlie's stream.
Fair.
And then, so for everyone else listening to this recap, that for point of reference, because it takes an inordinate amount of time to do the sheer amount of exploration and roles, we decided to do that off stream in a separate session. Basically, we went through all the exploration, what hexes we were going to explore, while at the same time making notes of what we found, so we could, in order of what we found, go through the events for your viewing pleasure. And you'll get to see that during session.
Yep. Only really care about the major stuff that happened, like actual items found that were notes, things like that. You know, hexes with prominent just resources and nothing special about it. We don't need to go over just because.
What I'll do is, Josh, if you can just tell me when approximately can remind me, we'll make a pause, Derek, in session to say, hey, this is where in our exploration we discovered X. That's going to be the best way to do this, I think. What do you think?
We should probably have Josh just do that since he has the notes for it.
Probably.
It'd probably be easier since he's actually a really good note taker.
You think that'll work?
So you say. I only have the events marked down right now.
You dirty bastard, you.
Oh,
I can fill in some, our blanks, but I still think we should do this in order of operation. So go through the events, so on and so forth. We have, and then in the timeline, when we get to the point where they would happen, I'll jump in and I'll do a brief recap of what we found there.
Yeah, the only places that we've explored that don't have anything to note, we got like food, wood, supplies, just natural resources.
Yeah, resource nodes.
But anyways,
I mean, I have what tiles we explored each day, but I don't have anything of, note there. I do have
That's
the main
fine.
events that we have.
Yeah, that's like because again, we're not going over the resources for the tiles that didn't have.
Well,
we're clear. We can just start going now. We can start game. I'll go through the major events, starting events or hooks. And there's only really two that or three we really need to go over. The village, the sea serpent, and the beastmen.
Yeah, we have events that
There's several. You have the Hydra. You have
Yes, but we're going to be doing those in stream.
Yes, you said you wanted to converse with the Hydra on stream. So that's a major event. You said you also found one of the.
Yes, but what we did off stream, we only did 3 events off stream of any consequence. And that would be when Charlie's first interaction with the sea serpent,
Yeah.
the village.
Yeah, I got what
where
you're
we
saying.
had
I got what you're saying. Yeah, I got what you're saying. Sorry, I'm running on no sleep, so is Sam. So yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Somebody start.
Was the children before the serpent?
Mm-mm. Wait.
Yes.
Yes.
The ruined village is right before.
Yeah.
I mean, the current events that we got to do are reunion
Well,
at the village currently. Is
Yeah,
where
we're currently in the village. Does anybody have anything they want to say to companions and the like?
Oh yeah, and there's something that's gonna happen here. Sorry, my brain is getting caught up and starting to go into that functioning DM mode. Let me get over the key things that happened here real quick. So as you all, you're conveying with your own personal forces that came through the portal to deal with the beastmen that laid siege to this town, or this city. Off in the distance, you see Vorgoth approach his brother, and there's a conversation. It is very brief, and there's a look of shock and understanding upon Siler's face, Vorgoth's brother. You see him for the first time you've ever seen him do this to his brother. He extends his arm and they do a formal arm clasp. Vorgoth grabs Siler from, back of the head and, puts their foreheads together for a good 10 seconds. And then departs, or lets go of his brother. And you see Vorgoth begin walking out of the village alone. You see some of the soldiers and his warriors, go to follow after him. And he just holds up an arm for them to stop.
This is just to remind you, Derek. Remember, me and Charlie put down a challenge or quest for Vorgoth. He has to do one on his own, but
Yep.
if he apologizes to
I
his
remember
brother,
that. I remember.
Yeah.
Your new war chief. And he points over to Siler. That's all he says before dropping his arm to his side and lumbering again out of the city that he helped free of the beastmen attack. Again, everybody is stunned too. There's still this uneasy feeling of what transpired with this unknown entity apparating out of nowhere that did something to Vorgoth. Those that are connected or can sense the spirits or, have kind of a sixth sense felt a surge of spirits, which were an untold number of beastmen that was slew by Quran and this entity just departing. So the general atmosphere, and then with Vorgoth walking off, it's relatively quiet. There are some murmurs of groups talking, but it is very hushed. It is very as if people are still holding their breath because of everything that just transpired. So now, what do y'all do?
If Josh doesn't want to go first, I will. So I go to... Sorry, pulling up my notes so I get the right names. I go to my Analians. And I say, Kendra, I have a new task for you. We currently sit at a little more than a third of my companions, of my people accounted for. There's a good chance they wound up on other islands. I'm tasking you with going to the air island next. Wait, no. The fire island next. To begin searching for our companions and save whoever you can.
I would request bringing 2 with me. If it is a rescue operation, I might need the extra force, or the extra muscle, while I am stealthy and quite skilled with the blade. Going in the unknown.
I nod acceptance. I say I'd prefer you didn't bring Elena with you, but Armad, Kurgan, or the 2 generic warriors, any of them are fine.
She will take the 2 named, if permitted. Not the one that you said you didn't want to go, but the 2
Elena
warriors.
is the witch.
Yeah.
The berserker is Armad, and Kurgan is the juggernaut.
Yep.
I look at the witch and the Analian warriors, and I say, travel with. I gesture at the war horde. They are going to be destroying a Beastman village. Once that village is destroyed, and I do the air quotes when I say village.
Yeah.
You know, mud pit would be another way to describe it. Shithole, another. Return and keep. I say, if Gavin is willing to contact his companion and ask her to transport you to the Temple of Sarenrae to provide an extra layer of protection to that place. I feel that place is going to become extremely important in the time to come, especially with the 3 entities we face.
And who are you sending? Sorry, I got a message.
Elena, the witch,
Yep,
and
okay.
the 2 warriors.
Copy.
I'm fairly confident Vorgoth's capital can do without them and still fairly easily survive.
Yeah, they should be able to. His
If it
brother
can.
is as strong as him, and they have these substantial force of trained warriors and.
So that's what I tell them.
Okay.
If they're okay with it, then I will contact Nair and have a portal opened.
Do I look like your bitch? No.
No, this is after the village is destroyed. They're going to go with to help that. But
Yeah.
It's kind of unnerving because even before you ask, you hear a telepathic message saying, "Of course." Because she can read your thoughts.
But I can't read hers.
She's far more guarded than you are. You can try.
not to mention you're kind of a quick read.
Yeah.
I mean, compared to elves, I am but a magazine you flip through at the doctor's office. I am not one to think that I am much more than that, being a human.
You are your father's kid.
Yeah.
Very straightforward.
right. Anything else? Araxes, Chucky.
I apologize, Nair, for the the one-way telephone message that apparently is always going on.
She seems amused by this. Says nothing.
Yeah. Chucky would do something.
All right. You see, as you're going about, this is really the first time you've gotten to see your brother at the events.
Exactly.
He's you see him basically cleaning the gore and whatnot off his construct. If you want to describe to the others what your brother looks like and why he has a construct. And what kind of construct is it? Because I didn't, sit there with you while you built the construct.
The construct, the only idea I came up with, and I've only, because I decided to go inventor over alchemist. So I've only been looking at inventor for the last, couple hours, so.
Tell me you went with the transforming construct to make it into a portable suitcase.
Couldn't fit that feet in.
Damn.
But it did make it into the vision I have is it looks like a mechanical wolf.
Okay.
I was thinking kind of like a kind of like a bronzy, brashish, metal. Looks like it has kind of like electricity kind of arcing from it every once in a while.
Nice.
Big, bushy, but still metal tail.
Brush wire.
As for Lynx, he looks a lot like Chucky, except he's a bit shorter and not as stocky. And I haven't found all of his armor yet and stuff, so kind of don't have that completely fleshed out the way he looks, but...
You failed me.
I took the freaking alchemist dedication. I had to go through all the freaking alchemist crap too on top of the inventor. It's lucky
it's all right being a masochist, man. It's all right being a masochist. There's nothing wrong with it. I will not judge you for it.
I might.
Yeah.
I might.
The one real distinguishing feature that you could really see, he has like red hair like Chucky does, but he also has a scar just right across his one cheek. There's a story behind that, but you have to, but yeah, I'm kind of filling in the description here.
Fair. We don't want to spend too much time on that right now until you got it fully fleshed out.
I need to know, are you guys identical twin brothers?
No, he's older than me. He's my older brother.
But they're still identical because goblins are weird like that.
No. He's actually like 3 or 4 inches shorter than me.
Like I said, they're weird like that.
But
3 or 4 inches, that's like, unless you two are like right next to each other, you both are still short.
And in my tiredness state, sorry, I forgot some of his personality quirks that you've written down.
I didn't have to go look at my notes. I've been too focused on building it.
It's fine. But as you approach, you see his eyes grow wide, and you see enjoyment, and then he goes to speak, and then you see him stop, and he starts making hand gestures and whatnot, indicating that he's unable to speak, trying to do charades, goblin style. He's making this overly exaggerated, motions of what happened. Give me a perception check versus his deception DC, which is 10 plus the deception modifier.
Have him make a deception roll.
It's your perception versus his deception modifier or DC.
Okay, so his DC is 10.
Then it's 10. Your perception needs to be to 10.
12.
Just barely. For a moment, you kind of look concerned. You haven't seen your brother since you've been on this godforsaken island. He was, in a coma-like state for so long, and then you realize he's absolutely just messing with you. And then he looks at you, and then he just smiles and runs and gives you a hug.
Oh, I was about to do the same. I give him a hug where it's just, I pick him up. I give him the bear hug hug.
Right? He gives you a hug, and then he, goes, back up and say something, and you give him a hug, and you pick him up, and he's like, you almost swear you heard a bone pop. And
I was waiting for suplex hug.
Right? Don't you ever go to sleep that long again. As he just knocked his brother out.
Yeah.
Can't breathe. He's patting you on your shoulder.
I set him down and I just start talking to him about what has all happened. I saw the phoenix fly.
You see his eyes just get super large, sparkles, just absolutely fascinated by your story and other stories you recount to him.
And then I tell him that Neshama's back. It's one of the main two key things that he would light up.
He says, she brought peace to my mind. Through my dreams, I seen a robed figure, disfigured, burnt, trying to plague my mind. She brought peace and banished this entity. Though I do worry about Eva.
Yeah. How is she doing? I haven't seen her in a while.
I've seen her maybe 4 days ago, and she vanished. The markings upon her are getting more pronounced.
So, remind me, we sent her and Kendra out before I went into the thing. That would have, yeah. That would have taken place way...
You gotta remember, you're also in the labyrinth for 3 weeks.
I know. They would have got back, and we would have been still in the labyrinth for another, 2 or 3 weeks.
Yep.
Kendra was here, right?
Yes.
I would go up to her and ask her about Eve if she hasn't left yet.
So they'd be preparing because they're going to be marching with the war host. And they're all gathered around Siler. with the Veil, the Seer. You see Klaus, and the other prominent NPCs of Sunrose. As you approach, Kendra steps to the side and looks down on you, or looks down at you, not on you. May I help you, Corel?
I was just curious. You and Eve, before we went into that horrible labyrinth, went off to search for the plague guy. What'd you guys find out? And how is Eve? I'm guessing you're one
I
of the
have
last.
not seen her in 4 days, but she has been. I've been keeping close eye on her up until she vanished. Physically, she seems fine, but the tattooing or branding, whatever it may be, is becoming more pronounced and spreading across her. The last I've seen of her, she was in full control of herself, but I worry with whatever this Plague Master has done to her.
And you know where you last saw her?
Sunrose Village.
Oh, she's fled from there, and you guys haven't seen her since.
No.
Huh. I have to see if we can find her.
She nods.
I thank you.
Of course, Kirill. And she goes back to listening to Silor.
It is so weird having a character call me by my actual name rather than the nickname.
Fair.
He actually feels. You actually see him kind of off put when she keeps saying Corel. He's not used to it. There might even be a slight flinch there because the person that called him Corel the most was his grandmother.
Fair.
And he usually was in trouble at that point.
What did you say, Sam?
I'm wondering if I would have been close enough to hear their conversation.
You can give me a perception check.
That.
Sadly, you couldn't really make out much. You did see him kind of cringe at being called a Corel buyer, but that's about it.
Nothing about a missing person.
No.
Okay, never mind.
Does anybody else do anything before leaving the village?
No, the only thing I was going to do was something with Eve, but she's not here, so.
All right. Going once, going twice. All right, Dan, lead on.
Some shopping, probably, but that would be minor things I can do off the thing.
Remember, you buy in the city, it's 50% off.
Yep.
Oh, if I buy the city, it's 50% off? No.
Yep. Yep.
I question whether or not you have enough to buy even half a city.
Here's a mechanics question.
Hmm.
Bag of holding. Anything with living or previously living tissue, is that preserved or does it decay over time?
Really depends the setting. Within the setting, it's fine. It will decay over an extreme amount of time, but don't really have to worry about it too much. It does have 15 minutes worth
Bag
of
of holding
air.
is essentially a vacuum seal almost. Only what air is in the bag of holding is what stays in there.
Okay.
So your Dracolisks are
Yeah,
fine.
I can put corpses in my bag. Just wanted to make sure that
You do what you got to do. All right, Dan, lead on. Unless you were going to do something else, Sam.
No, it can wait until we have an extended downtime.
Okay.
Not anything important. I was gonna mess with dismantling the corpses and using.
Yeah, that would be an extended period of time.
Yeah, I'm good.
So extensive exploration. Josh, what's the first event?
The first one, because I just marked that down just for giggles so we wouldn't forget anything there. Where's my note tab? There it is. I have a shit ton of tabs open.
So do I, man. So do I.
Next up would be the Hydra layer.
Okay. The Hydras that we had encountered and befriended earlier, we stumble upon and explore their territory.
As you approach their cave, wondering if they were affected by the primal call of the spirits that were attached to Famine's champion, you're relieved to see the baby Hydra come out unaffected, and then following shortly after, you see the female Imperial Hydra and her mate, both seeming unaffected.
I bow respectfully and I say, I'm glad to see you have not succumbed to the bestial call that the famine has set loose on the island.
We hear the call, but our resolve is stronger. Though a direct confrontation with this entity, I don't know if even we would be able to resist.
I nod. I have come bearing news about what's been happening on the island. As one of the most powerful creatures on said island, I feel giving you a heads up, it would be wise.
You see the heads kind of bob and weave, looking at you with intent, just waiting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What, Derek?
The heads are bobbing and weaving, listening. You have their attention.
First and foremost, I have made a deal, and the temples are being restored as we speak. So if you want to resume your ancestral charge as a temple guardian, know that soon that position will be open.
We are much grateful.
First and foremost, I have some news you're not going to like.
Bite your head off.
I mean,
I have enough reactions that I think I can stand it. For one hit. I say, This is in on how I'm going to present this. So that's your heads up, Derek.
Okay.
I say we have interacted with Vorgoth and found.
You see, like, 3 of her heads are snapping, like, towards you, not like to bite you, but the anger and fury there, while the center one is, watching you with very, very intent eyes.
We found there's someone behind him who took and used him to further their will on the island. We have a bigger enemy than Vorgoth.
Give me a diplomacy. Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
You might want a token now.
Token.
Go, token. Better.
It's double.
You see the head to the right, adjacent to the center one, kind of, listen carefully with what you had to say, while the center one is still looking at you with heavy, dangerous eyes, and the other 3 are still kind of growling and baring their teeth. You do have a more stable line of communication with this creature.
I say there's an entity called War. I know, pretentious, right? He is a being of incredible power who was using Vorgoth as a means to free himself from his prison. This entity, Vorgoth, upon realizing he was being manipulated, pulled back in contemplation of what is his actions and what is the entity's actions. The world may never know how much.
God. Childhood commercials.
True. The world may never know how much was his actions and how much was the actions of this war entity. Personally, I believe your place as a former guardian of the temples that reside on this island are the reason why this entity may have targeted you and sought your bloodline's elimination.
Give me one more diplomacy.
Screw it, hero point. I really want this to go well. That did not go better.
Somebody could use their token.
Yeah, I have a hero point.
You can't use a hero point to reroll a hero point.
Token is what I would need to use.
Yeah.
Here.
Here's my token.
25.
Much better.
Prize, because it's my token.
All the heads calm. Realization of what you say to be true.
I say
of Vorgoth. What of?
I say right now, we have dealt several devastating blows to this entity of war. he has pulled back and aligned himself with his two brothers. One, a being of disease and pestilence, who was performing profane rituals on this island before we fucked his day up. Both of these two brothers retreated and are working now with their third brother, the being that leads the Beastmen, and that chains the ancestral totem spirits of this island to his will.
You see her and the male snarl, as this is very much an affront to him.
These beastmen roam, raping, pillaging, and binding more spirits as time goes on. Me and my companions have already freed several of the totem spirits. The dragon, serpent, wolf, stag, ursine, and tortoise
Yes.
have all been freed. We know he has more bound to him. The ones bound to him was a bird of some sort, I don't remember right off the top of my head, and a bear, totem spirits.
Well, and a dragon, but you freed him.
I already listed the dragon as freed.
Gotcha.
I say, I know there are several others that will be they seem to tie them to places of their victory where they can hide their tracks and their presence through these totem spirits. Me and my companions intend to free as many as we possibly can. Hopefully, at one point or another, regaining enough strength or gaining enough strength to actually revive them and bring them back to this island, bringing balance back to this island. But you need to be made aware of the war that is currently happening on this island. As far as what happened with Vorgoth, as a final affront to this war entity that took him over, their fourth and final brother decided to break ties and protect this realm as opposed to seek its destruction as they do, and removed the final vestiges of war from Vorgoth, thwarting whatever plans this entity of war had on Vorgoth. Vorgoth, realizing, I'm not even going to pretend to know what was going through his head, ceded all power to his brother, the shaman, who he had horribly mistreated, and went to find the answer of who he really was and how much war truly did affect him.
We will watch and judge his worth for what he has done, not only to us, but countless others. We will aid the best we can in this war to come, or the war that is currently transpiring.
At this, I go into several details about what we found and about them coming from the sea and from the land.
Okay. So they will begin their travel to where you find them most useful. because until the temples are reconstructed, their guardianship isn't needed as of yet.
In all honesty, your best bet is to stay here. Maybe pick a different lair, but remain hidden for the time being, so that way this entity of famine can't find you. Because as you say, if he were to come to you personally, there's no guarantee you would be able to override his will. And I really don't want to see you on the battlefield, arrayed against us.
She nods and the male nods. You see the little baby one like lift all its heads and roar, trying to be intimidating, and it just turns out to be cute.
That's adorable.
It just hangs its head like, oh. All right. So that interaction, unless any of you all want to do anything, Raxus, this is your first time actually meeting Hydras.
Including a baby.
Anything? Yeah, including a baby one.
Yeah,
Kill
I
the
am
parents and take the baby.
scribbling and drawing in my journal, taking notes of everything.
Okay.
There's also an egg, correct? If
Yes,
I'm wrong.
there is an egg. Has not hatched yet.
My fingers are getting twitchy.
Okay. There's one other
Should
thing
have
I
made stealth legendary.
take. Hydras like the water, correct?
Yes, these hydras do. Yes.
Take me to your egg.
Takes you deep within the cavern that is their lair, and there you find, not even close, where the nest is.
You could just blatantly follow. I mean, it's not like I pass off my tier 2 bag of holding that has 50 bulk worth of pure mana water.
Ooh.
I say your bloodline throughout the ages has diluted some. This might give your egg a chance to resume.
Congratulations, Dan. You just made King Ghidorah from Godzilla.
That's pretty much what I kind of hoping for. 50 bulk worth of pure mana to let the egg lay and rest in it. Oh, that's gonna be an awesome Hydra.
It's gonna have wings. It's gonna be fucking King Ghidorah on crack.
I better be named this egg's like Godfather at this point.
Yeah. They thank
I tell them what's in the bag and I give it to them because they're gonna be moving nests. So
yes, they thank you and will come to your aid or favor when you ask of it. For such a gift. They are powerful creatures, but they're not like some of the entities where they can bestow blessings and whatnot. So, when the time comes that you need a favor or something that they are capable of doing, they will call.
That's the rest of what I had.
All right, that baby's gonna be just raw. All right, so next stop. Unless anybody wants to do anything, Gavin or Chucky.
Not here, no.
Just trying to behave respectfully. Blinks, my brother, would probably be just like jotting down notes and just looking at things, and maybe even going up and taking measurements just for giggles.
Give me just a general charisma for him.
Oh, this might not go well. You just see a curiosity look on his face. It's just intrigued because he's never seen a Hydra before.
Fair.
General charisma.
Yep.
11.
I'm kind of expecting Araxis to be like right behind him doing the same thing.
Are you Araxis?
Yeah, no, it's exactly. It's a water dragon. This is amazing.
Go ahead and give me a general charisma as well, Araxis.
This is gonna be funny.
All right.
Can I 0 point to reroll?
Yes, you can.
I want to do it.
As you know, the DC was 10. So while, Blinks is, doing his thing, they feel a little awkward about this, but, he's your all's companion, so they're kind of letting it go through. And then, Araxis is doing the same thing. She accidentally steps on the baby's tail, which causes it to whip around, and Araxis, ducks, hits into Blinks, which falls into the father, and then, the head starts snapping at him. And kind of that, angry, it's time to get out of here moment, because kind of overstepped your bounds.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just so excited.
Chucky just picks up Blinks by the scruff, like, he's just curious. What's it do?
You got the baby who's, righted itself, and it's like lowering its heads in this very offensive nature and just starts charging at you, Araxis.
I am apologizing profusely.
It does not stop.
Okay. I extend my hand and like flick the baby's forehead.
Okay.
It's not that big, so I'm like, calm down.
You could either give me a diplomacy or nature handle animal.
Nature. I'm much better at nature.
Because you are one of the initial companions or one of the initial people that actually saved it and brought it back and whatnot, as your hand touches its forehead, it almost just instantly stops and kind of like nuzzles its head into your palm like an animal does, like cat, dog, when they're happy.
I whisper behind me, now would be the time to back up very quickly.
All right. Speaking of
How would they react to seeing Giacomo?
huh?
How would the Hydras react towards my dragon?
That level of respect.
Fair enough.
Because you want us to start doing this more, I really don't like nominating myself, but the idea for the liquid mana on the baby Hydra egg, I think is kind of a good idea. Can I nominate myself for a hero point?
Yes.
That's fine. Yeah.
Nominate you. So, yes.
I second it.
Well, it's more like the third it because we're fourth it now. So I mean, it's in proper order of things and whatnot. All right, so you are done conversing with the Hydras. You move out. Araxis hangs her head in shame, not being able to continue with the cuteness. What do y'all? What was your next leg? What was the next event?
Baby mimic.
That was not the next one.
No, that was not the next one. Next one was the ruined human city.
Oh, for some
Kyle
reason I thought
K24.
Oh, you found the baby mimic on J22.
That's not until day 5.
Yep.
fair enough. I got those mixed up.
Yep.
So, for chat, point of reference, one of the things we stumbled upon was a ruined village. Inside ruined village, we found an arcane sphere in the center, which could grant us a powerful feat or boon for our level. But it was also corrupted with the amount of death surrounding us. In this orb, we also saw a conflict. Once an idea happened where were you going to use pure liquid mana to help purify said orb, it was successful. And in doing so, we saw a scene of what had corrupted the orb. This village had been slaughtered almost wholesale by a bloodthirsty child. The only survivors being his brother and sister. His sister cowering in fear, and his brother with a strange smirk on his face as he stood in front of the sister. And we've come to the realization that this child was the mysterious entity that marooned us on this island all those many days ago.
Crowd that was smirking, not the one that was killing everyone. I feel like I should distinguish that.
Yes, was not the smirking. There was realization there as well of who the sister and the boy that slaughtered the village were. They haven't really been mentioned in this campaign, but there is significant lore, and their characters did figure out the little girl is known as the Witch Queen of Avalon. Very powerful. Think Baba Yaga and other such witches. Very capable, very powerful. She is a witch patron for the class, if so choosing. She will have a fully fleshed out name and everything when we do the reboot. And then the boy that slaughtered the village was Lucian, the Bloodlord, the first vampire. This was before he became the first vampire and whatnot, but yes. Just go over a little bit of lore for these characters that they themselves realized who, these were. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, and then we decided to research the state of the orb a little bit before we moved on, as we came to realize we could unlock some of its secrets fairly quickly by just spending a day delving into its arcane mysteries. More arcane mysteries are yet to unlock, but it will take a significant amount of time to do so. That we just decided we did not have yet. Meanwhile, Gavin went to go and use his gauntlet to explore another hex. Where he stumbled upon, and these are connected events, that's why I'm going right into one right after the other, Derek.
Yep.
An explanation. Where the giant sea serpent that prowls these waters saw a flying toque, where Gavin was riding him along with Jumba, and decided to try to eat Gavin and Took. Gavin's like, oh, I have an idea, and took a necklace of fireball, or beads of fireball, whatever the fuck they're called. Activated them, the entire necklace, and dropped them into the sea serpent's mouth, doing a metric ass load of damage, but not killing it. The sea serpent made to flee. Gavin chose to engage, but not before sending a plea for aid out through his companion, whose name has been mentioned multiple times in this session, who I still don't remember.
Naya.
That one. And to bring us to his aid because Gavin's fighting a sea serpent by himself.
Water's not my friend. So now I can't drown in it.
All right, so let's go ahead and get initiative going here. Everybody will roll initiative, and that will be on your turn. You can take an action to cross through the portal and enter. All right. Oh, Gavin.
Everything's coming up, Gavin.
Why, Gavin? Why?
You should be doing better than this. It's higher level than you.
And look, every time that we do a token, it should at least try and roll better than what we rolled before. But, you know, shit happens.
Does it happen?
Seems to happen to you a lot.
Give me 1
And
second.
this is
to drop.
everyone doing initiative.
Yes,
Yeah.
everybody. I'll be right back 1 second. I have to find my... All right, sorry about that. Everybody in there?
I can't find initiative again. Oh, wait, I found it.
Justice, fairness, freedom, U.S. Constitution.
All right.
Everyone with their double digits. I see how it is.
So, seeing you, Took, and Jumba dive after it as it tries to, dive under the water, it snakes its body around and opens up its maw to bite Took, which both you and Jumba are on. Wow. Natural 1.
Huh.
So, Jumba, Took, and you, because you have to understand how big this mall is.
Yeah.
It's big enough to fit all 3 of you in it.
And
Can
some.
make a free attack against it.
Ah.
Because it is a critical failure. And that's how I do that. Took misses. You just hit Charlie.
Oh.
I'm guessing Little Jumper missed with a 13.
Yep. All right. For its second attack, it's going to try to do this whole bite thing again. 30.
That hits.
So, Took takes 34 piercing damage, and it's going to use its last action to swallow all 3 of you. Second time I got to swallow something. This time, 3 for 1. I will actually allow Took, or not Took, but Jumba and Gavin to give me a reflex saving throw. You're about 60 feet above the water at the moment. You will be falling 60 feet. Unless you want to just automatically fail and get swallowed by the giant sea serpent. Oh no, server disconnection issue.
We'll see what happens. I'm gonna reflex save.
Little Jumbo failed his reflex save, I'm pretty sure, at a 13.
Yep.
I got a 9.
Yep. I still have a disconnecting issue, so I can't see it. I have to wait for it to come back. But yes, all three of you are swallowed whole. And the only reason why I'm doing that is because the circumstance you find yourself in. You're riding Took, who he's big enough to swallow whole.
Yeah.
But I did allow you to try a reflex save to, get out of it.
I mean, I appreciate it.
I only see Gavin and Raxus in this. Oh, people are... There we go. It's starting to catch up. There we go.
Yep.
All right. That's its turn. Raxus.
Jumpa's going to be using his reflex action to do the turtle shield for 25 health.
Okay.
I'm assuming that can apply to Took as well.
Yeah, that will apply for Took as well, since they are...
With me being...
This giant turtle shell astral figure appears before Took and blocks some of the crushing teeth.
Nice, so it only takes 9 damage.
Alright, I didn't take any damage from it, so I can't do the blood vendetta.
Actually, hold on. I gotta get familiar with Swallow Whole. Swallow Whole, is an attack. So you would be, as you're getting swallowed down this thing's gullet, you two can jump up, which only one instance of the damage applies, take 32 bludgeoning. It is an attack, so you can do Blood Vendetta.
Okay.
That is part of the whole Swallow Whole thing. He failed. It's not a critical, but he did fail.
So he takes the full damage, and he has weakness 1 to piercing and slashing damage.
That will help you in this, because you need to do at least 40 points of slashing damage to cut your way out of its gullet.
Okay.
And you can only use a light weapon, because you're being constricted and crushed by said muscles and the like. Has to be slashing damage. Have fun.
I can still cast spells with it, can I not? Or no?
Yes, you can. You can still cast, and if it does slashing damage and you meet that threshold, I will let that cut through its gullet.
Okay.
Raxus, you're up. Do you wait for people? Because you got...
Go ahead.
You have a handful of people that don't have flyers at the moment. And if they step through that portal, they're going to fall 60 feet into the water.
You get that from playing outside too. So we know that helps.
Okay, paint the scene for me.
You're at the ruined village where a portal opens, and on the other end, you see, Gavin, Took, and Jumbo flying in the air. And then all of a sudden, giant sea serpent swallows him. 60 feet up in the air. Your dragon can hold total, I would allow 2 people on its back, and he can hold the 2 goblins by their head.
Don't worry, this
Not that
doesn't
it
look weird at
matters.
all.
I do have incredible initiative, so my initiative should have been 2 points higher.
That's already in your initiative mod.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
Good try, though.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered anyways because the enemy is still higher than my roll.
It would use all 3 of your actions, but what you could do, so everybody's relatively safe going through the portal, use 1 action to grab the 2 goblins by the head, use 1 action to grab Drake and pull him up, and then 1 action to move through the portal.
Will it take an action to use a perception check?
Yes.
Crap.
That's if you want to do that. You can let them fend for themselves going through the portal, too.
I want to keep them safe, but also I wanted to see if there was land anywhere close by.
Your immediate, what you see
Nothing
through the
but
portal,
water.
there is nothing but water.
Let me check one of my feats real quick. I don't see in the information tab for this feat if it takes actions.
What is it called?
Draconic Wings.
It takes an action to use.
You cut out there, Derek. What?
It takes an action to use. What lasts 10 minutes?
Could I cheese it and get another action if I do act together?
Yeah, you could, but it would be you're taking the 3 actions. Took is taking the 1 action. You wouldn't be able to, or not Took, but Jaffamil, you wouldn't be able to move out that way then. Yeah, actually, you could. Jaffamil would use 1 action to grab the goblins by their head. Actually, if you're not going to fly on him, that's room up there. So he'll put Blinks and the dog on the back along with Drake. And they would grab Chucky by the head.
Okay, I think
It would be 2 actions for that, 1 action for you to summon your wings, and then you'd have 1 action left, and you could send Jaffamil through, but you wouldn't be through the portal at this way. There's no way to summon your wings and get everybody through the portal.
Okay, I think I want to hold off on having my character actually do any actions, but command Jaff to do all of the going through the portal and grabbing everybody.
You're still left with 1 action. Do you want to use that action to summon your wings? Because acting together still gives you 1 action. Otherwise, it's
Why
a
not?
sit action.
I'll
All
do
right.
that.
Okay. Everybody's uncomfortably picked up by Jaffamil. Jaffamil is hating his life right now, and he flies through the portal. How
And
close
that's
do you move him towards the serpent? Because the serpent's head is 60 feet up out of the water right now as its long serpent neck and whatnot.
I think until we get a better survey of the area, he's to fly outside of its reach.
Where do you move them then? I didn't know where you move them.
I think just to be. I didn't get that.
Where do you move him to then? You have no idea what this creature's reach is. You have to take a best guess.
And whereabouts is the portal? Like right where Took's
right.
token is?
Pretty much right where your character token is.
Where mine is?
Yes.
I think maybe about here.
All right. I'll be right back 1 second.
And maybe he'll start working on a kind of circular pattern.
All right. Sorry. Dogs were getting freaking ruly. All right. Chucky, you're up. You're away from the serpent. What do you do?
How far am I away from the serpent?
30 feet.
And I'm being held by a dragon.
Yep.
By the head.
Yep. Very uncomfortably.
I don't know. Character sheet. Find the right one. There we go. Let's see. How far below us is it?
You're about head level.
Oh.
This thing is several hundred feet long.
And jumping or kicking off of Jafframill to get over there would be probably
Athletics. With the awkwardness and how you're doing this, it's definitely going to be a high DC.
I do have quick jump, so there's that. Yeah, I don't have to run to actually do a long jump. But yeah, I could see it being very awkward. Yeah, why not? I'm gonna try it.
Okay.
$28.
All right. You just get there, and you look like you're about to fall, but You manage to just grab onto the ridge of its eye bone and hang there. That's one action.
So I'm just hanging there?
Yep.
How many actions does it take to get up?
Well, depends on what you want to do. You got a firm grasp on its, the bridge of its eye.
Yes, but I need both hands to swing my axe at
You
it.
can use an action to, lift yourself up and stand on the bone of his eye right there.
Yeah, I suppose.
And then you have one action left.
I'm gonna whack him.
Fair. As you go to strike his eye, does that stand?
What do I have left? I have my.
It's been a day, so you have your token back.
Oh, okay, I'll just burn my token.
Good thing you can take the higher of the two. As you go to attack its massive eyeball, it blinks, knocking away your axe.
That's kind of impressive.
Blinks is up.
Let's see. Get to try out new things.
Just a wall of text when you do a basic attack. You
Yeah,
have more
that's
text than
roll
I do,
power.
and I'm a spellcaster.
I think the dog or Zero, which is what he's called, is on the back of
Nice.
Jaffa
Mill.
Yep. Why do I keep forgetting that name?
I don't know. We all forget many names.
He's going to. Lynx is going to order him to do. He's going to aim his head down. I'm guessing he can get it where a line of Megavolt.
Nice.
This is also see just electricity just come out of the mouth of the metal dog.
He does succeed, so he takes half damage, 15.
That would be both of my minions' actions. Link still has 2.
Yep.
So, from the peanut gallery, did that seem to hurt him more than it should have?
No. Actually doesn't look like it did a whole lot of damage.
Like it resisted more than it should have?
Yeah.
Or it's a dual type.
We're going to need a legendary Pokeball for this one, guys.
I'm kind of curious if once we get down to, almost unconscious, if it's intelligent and a creature or not. If it's going to try to yield. Interesting.
I think he'll just do. Just because it was like one of the only range weapons I could find in there.
You manage to, he shoots, aiming where, Chucky was trying to aim to hit him in the eye, and once again, the damn thing just blinks.
The thing needs to stop winking at me.
Solid, you're up.
I
Okay.
have 1 action left.
Oh, then take your one action.
Attack again.
That is a miss.
23's a miss. Damn.
Yes,
28
it is.
was a just hit.
All right, now it's all.
Solid, you're up.
Okay. So Solon is going to cast a 5th level summon. Oh crap.
Hey.
He summons an orca.
Is its name Willie? And is it
No.
free?
No, it is not.
This is also not a seal, so I don't know what an orca's gonna do.
It is going to attack.
Just missed.
It might have it'd be a 28 because he would be flanking with Chucky.
That's technically true, Chucky. You're right there. 28 does hit.
That's specifically
I
why
will allow that because the sheer size of this and whatnot, and him distracted up there, it applies.
Okay.
Accidentally did too much right there.
22 piercing damage as it just grabs a hold and starts.
Nom 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 nom.
Pretty much. It's going to make its second attack as unlikely to hit, but why not?
That is a critical failure, and you see, like, with blinding speed, its tail just wraps around and smacks the orca. 19? That was a shitty ass roll.
Orca is, yes, that hits.
Alright. He takes 33 bludgeoning damage and is grabbed.
So they're grabbing each other?
Yep. This just got awkward.
Kind of.
33 damage. Alright.
And then Solon is going to... He's going to Aquaman this. Or Iron Man this. So, he takes his hands and he holds them out below and flips the tops off of his 2 decanters of endless water and geysers them as he lowers himself down into the water.
Nice. At first, it's a rapid descent because it takes time for the water to get there initially. But then when your geyser hits, it actually starts descending your fall, and you're lowering.
That's why I wanted both of them. I have water propulsion.
It's Little Jumpa's turn.
Okay.
It's being crushed.
So, first things Little Jumpa does is act together.
Okay.
And then Little Jumpa, as his
For
first,
how many actions
second,
are you acting together, and who's getting the bulk of the actions?
they're each getting 2.
How it works, and sorry, this is there was miscommunication. However many you declare, the one gets that many points, and then the other gets a single action.
Okay. Then Little Jump is going to get the bulk of the actions.
Okay.
So how many actions does Little Jumpa get then?
So he would get 2 if you use 2, and then Took would get 1, and you'd still have 1 action. So act together with the revision that they were talking about doing. You can get 4 actions per round.
And one of the targets gets 3, and the other one gets
1, or it's like if you use act together for 2, one gets 2 and the other one gets to use 1, and then you still have 1 point left over for anybody to use. Because act together gives one target X number of actions to take, and the other one has 1.
Okay.
Yep.
So with Little Jumpa's first of 3 actions, He goes into Took's mouth,
Whoop.
so he's
All
not
right.
crushed anymore. And then, from within Took's mouth, little Jumba fires downwards.
All right. His DC is low. That's supposed to be higher.
It is.
I think it
I
was
don't-
19. We'll fix that. We got to remind me to fix that. 19.
18 is the spell save DC.
18. Because you're inside of it, he's going to roll reflex with misfortune. That means he rolls twice, takes the lower of the two. The lower of the two is 13.
Okay, so it takes 27 electricity damage.
All right.
Then Took is going to lash out with his claws.
Nice. 25 does miss. He does like cut into it, but the muscle's just too thick for him to actually get any ripping.
Understood.
All right. Gavin, you're up. You're inside of a serpent. You've never been swallowed before. It's a new experience.
Yeah. Couple questions. With the cloak of teleportation, I can't take willing people with me, can I?
Correct.
So it's just me.
Correct.
Oh.
Um,
In all honesty, Jump is the safest one in here because
Yeah.
he regenerates 20 health per round.
yeah. I say sorry, and I
What's your speed?
my speed is 30. I think 35 now.
Okay, give me an intelligence check real quick. So you know this creature, its mass is much larger than 35 feet.
But I'm also, as the throw would be, I'm kind of in the middle.
Yes. 30. The creature is several hundred feet long, and is good. You know. Yeah. No. Actually, you'd probably be able to get out. It can swallow a huge creature though. So a huge creature is 20 feet by 20 feet, give or take. I'd allow. Yeah.
I mean, if not, I still do it, and
No, it's fine. Well, one, you would take, collision damage for teleporting into a solid object. But no, you're right. With being in, like, kind of the center, you'd be able to get out.
okay. And remind me again what weakness does for.
That increases the amount of damage they take from it.
Okay.
Point for point. So if it has weakness 1, like you gave it, it'd take an additional point of damage
Additional point. All right.
from slashing or piercing.
Okay. Then I'm gonna use one action,
Teleport.
teleport out, and I guess I'm like literally like barely made it, so I'm barely out.
I do want you to give me a reflex save to grab onto something.
What if I don't want to grab on?
Then you fall to the water 60 feet. I'd say about 50 feet.
Let's say I don't want to grab on something now, and then I try and slash it on my way down.
That's fine.
All right.
And then try to grab on the. Well, one is a reaction, like a free, save. while the other one would take an action from you to try to grab.
Okay, I'll take the free then. Let's go ahead
Okay.
and just do that. You said reflex?
Yes.
11?
No. You
Oh.
grab onto just like one of its belly scales, and just your hand slides and you're plummeting.
All right, let's just go with it. All right. 2 actions left. Then I'm going to do... Actually, fuck it. Since I am in this situation, I wasn't able to do it. I won't do my spell strike. I'll at least get 1 attack off, but I'm gonna use. I'm guessing it's just an action to actually
It's
do
an
the
action. Use
celestial
your wings. Yep.
draconic wings appear from sprout forth from my back, and I can fly.
All right. Make your strike.
And Scythe go. Give it a second. Hopefully.
Didn't go through on my end.
It's for some reason taking a minute on the. Hey, I pressed it.
It's always Thursday when we game that Roll20 has issues. There you go.
Yeah, so I rolled twice there. So 30 was that first one.
30 does hit. That is not a crit.
Alright. So 42 damage.
Oh, shit, man.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. It's its turn. Go ahead and roll the bleed damage for it.
Yeah, let me actually look at that again.
Is it still weakened to slashing?
Yeah.
So would that be more than 42?
No, he did 41. He only did weakest 1 on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, looking to see exactly on the blood vendetta how many d6s.
Yeah, between your all's fucking walls of text. Blood vendetta.
46.
Yep. 46.
14.
All right. It's its turn. Took the bleed damage. It's not liking things at the moment. Gavin, it's going to try to bite you. Natural 20.
Hero point. Roll this shit.
34.
I mean, that hits me, but it's not
What's your AC? It's not a crit?
I'm not saying that it's not.
So it's a crit.
It's
You take
a crit.
66 piercing damage.
Ow.
That would knock me unconscious.
It's going to try to bite you a second time.
All right, give me.
26.
That's not a crit.
That's not a crit. You take 29 piercing damage.
Yes. 29. Reaction is only once.
Once per turn, yeah. Once per round, unless you have something that states otherwise.
Reaction, use your shield. Turtle shield.
Turtle.
Yeah, I will. Reaction use shield or reaction use blood vendetta again.
It only has one persistent damage because it's only taking 4d6. It wouldn't do anything else. It would get a new chance to save against it.
Free action, Lightning of Azeroth. Yep.
Yeah, we forget about our
We
Lightning of Azeroth all the time.
All right. Look, I'm getting hit twice, so
That electricity seems to do nothing. Oh, it ignores resistance.
yes.
It does do something.
So 18 on both those attacks.
It'd be 16. No, wait. I was reading something wrong. Sorry. All right. And then for its third attack, it's going to try to eat you. Actually bite you. 23. So you took 4 damage from the attack because you absorbed 25 with your turtle shell. And you take 36 piercing damage from its last attack. And roll your Lightning of Azeroth.
So
And it's no longer bleeding.
okay. Give me a second. So this last attack, what did it? How much did it do?
36.
Turtle shield lasts for a round, or does it only
It's
one?
that reaction. It's like a shield block, but a set number.
Got it.
I'm going to roll this lightning one more time, and I'm going to fix it to where it's, for some reason, when I do it once, it's repeating it. So I'm going to try and fix
Gotcha.
that.
Araxis, your turn. And another 8 lightning damage.
Correct.
Another 8. Yep.
All right. Araxis, you're up.
Okay. I have wings. I have yet to step through the portal. How level is this creature to where I would be if I would step through the portal? Is it like
Its head is currently like downwards. Like its mouth is about 40 feet below, but it's like the back of its neck is still 60 feet up because it's a giant serpent.
And
As
it
you
was
noticed, Charlie, yeah, it was attacking Gavin, who looks fucked up.
okay?
But it's also flying.
Yes. Oh, technically, you are grabbed, Charlie, at the end of that attack.
Okay.
Because each one of his jaws, when you, he didn't.
So then it
use-
let go of my orca.
No, because he has him grabbed with his tail.
Got
He
it.
has him grabbed with his mouth.
Understood.
Yep.
Would it be a nature or a survival, maybe potentially, to take an educated guess based on what everybody else has done and it not being resistant to the lightning? If maybe I could pinpoint maybe a weak spot in its,
You
like,
have
natural-
been watching. You've noticed like spells, like lightning spells, seem to be hampered. However, the Lightning of Azeroth is a special trinket that bypasses resistance. I'm not going to make you roll that because you
Okay.
are observing them. You have like master perception. So
What about like a gap between scales or something where I could,
that would be a perception check.
and that takes an
Try to find.
action.
Yeah, that would be one action.
I'm gonna risk it and
You could use. Do you want Jaffamil to rip into him first? Because you can use that as part of your act together if you wanted to.
How many people is he holding now? He's got the mechanical wolf.
And blinks on his back. That's it.
I mean, he's a sentient creature.
I kind of like the new Swallow Whole compared to D&D, where it actually has to use one of its actions to like try to crush you with its, muscles while you're inside of it, instead of it being relaxed while he's trying to do something else and you're always just taking damage. So it's an act, it's a decision that has to be made.
Yeah.
Out of everybody, you've actually hurt him substantially. He wants you dead.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know where those beads came from.
You saw him, you crapped yourself, and that's what happened.
I came down to warn him about him.
Perception check with a 21. You do not see any inherent weaknesses, gaps in the bellies and things. This thing is covered in scars from a lifetime of, hunting and whatnot, but no real weak spot.
Okay. I think I want to do something risky.
Okay.
Is it an action to draw my sword?
Yes.
Whereabouts is its face on the thing?
About where you're pointing.
I'm technically standing on it, so.
Yeah, you're standing. Yeah, you're kind of like, like that, like little divot in the eye, by the nostril. That's kind of where you're standing right now as you've shifted your body as it went down the bite. You know what? I need you to give me 3 reflex saving throws. Thank you for reminding me you're standing on his eye bridge.
You're going to make me do that?
Yep.
26.
You're good on the first one?
22.
You're good on the second one?
11.
Does that stand?
All I got is my hero point left. I want to use that for this.
Oh no, do you want to use it for this?
You're just going to plummet like 40 feet. Or no, his head's about, you'd only plummet 20 feet. So you'd take 15 bludgeoning damage.
No.
Actually, no. Water is treated as 10 feet less. You would take 5 bludgeoning damage.
Bouncy Goblin.
Then you take no bludgeoning damage.
Or actually, the Bouncy Goblin is not the one. It's the Unbreakable Goblin that would treat it less.
So you would take no damage, but you would be in the water.
Okay, I have a swim speed and underwater marauder.
Just letting you know. Do you want to fall or not? That's the question.
I think I'm going to... I kind of want to save the hero point.
Then you fall, and you're treading in water. Very, turbulent, waves and shit going on by the thrashing of this creature.
All right.
Now what are you doing, Araxis?
I have an idea, but on the initiative turn order, is there a way for you to put on there how many rounds have passed?
Yeah, this is the second round. I didn't do it this time because I forgot, but it is the second round.
Okay. Because I want to keep track of that for my wing duration.
Oh, this fight will be if this fight goes on for 60 rounds, something happened wrong on both ends.
Pretty much. I mean, at that point, either me or Chucky are running away, and it's chasing us, and it just can't catch up.
Right.
That's the only way this lasts 60 rounds.
Minute durations I care about because they can, it's very rare for combats to last a minute, but it's more likely than a 10-minute ability.
Right. I'm going to draw my Sky Sword, and I'm going to dive on its face, and I'm going to...
So one action to draw a weapon, one action to move.
How accurate is this token to how you want it to look?
Fairly accurate. That's why I chose it.
I want to specifically aim for its open mouth and try to slice at like the jaw webbing in the corner of its mouth.
Okay.
Because if I don't see any weaknesses with the not great perception roll I did, I want to make a weakness.
Oh, you rolled great for perception. Just this is a
not
sturdy creature. All right, go ahead and make your attack.
I'm also gonna move my character about there. Its face is maybe about there.
Yeah.
Sky Sword.
As you go to cut into the webbing of its mouth, it turns its head to bite at Gavin, and you just hit its tooth.
How hard do I hit its tooth?
Not enough for it to care.
This thing's gonna make me angry.
Anybody else going through their mind about how we loot this thing?
Chucky, you're up.
Not if I disintegrate it, and then it becomes nothing.
Alright. I'm going to rage.
Bum, bum, bum.
Now I have extra 14 temp health. And I'm going to whack it.
Goddamn wall of text. I gotta scroll up.
27.
You met its AC.
Okay. Well, even so, it'll be 29 because he's flanking with my orca.
Ow. All right.
So it'd be 66.
What's 66 minus 15?
Be 67 because of weakness.
Yep. Weakness. What's 60? No, because he saved against Vendetta. He's no longer bleeding and wouldn't to be affected by the weakness.
Josh, roll a d6 for your thunder damage.
It's already up there, additional damage.
It added everything in there?
Yeah.
It has added it completely. It's 56 plus 1 plus 6. And then plus 10 for the rage. So it'd be
73. 73 minus 15.
Okay. 58.
as you deliver this telling blow, it lets out a roar. Stop! I yield. So to you, Chucky.
It yielded.
Yeah.
What it said.
Spit out my companions.
It would have to wait until it's turn to do that.
That's what I'd say, and that's what I do. I don't do anything after that.
Okay. What's Blinks do?
Unless I just sense studies,
You can give me a perception check.
10.
You think he's telling the truth?
Do you want to use my hero point?
I still have mine technically. Yeah, I'm gonna roll with it for now.
What's Blinks do?
Guessing he heard that too.
Everybody heard that. The kind of massive creature echoed for miles. Would have been a much different fight if you didn't drop a, Type 7 fireball necklace on him.
I don't know what you're talking about. That came out of nowhere.
I think Blinks will hold his turn as well.
Solon.
But he's preparing an attack if the sucker is you're gonna do anything.
Okay. Solon.
Hi. Yeah, I'll wait to see if he releases Little Jumbo.
Does Little Jumbo do anything? He heard the vibrations.
Little Jumbo's waiting to be spit up.
Gavin, you've been fucked up most by him.
You've also fucked him up the most.
But I'm also still alive. Does he
Yep.
let me go?
Yeah. When he talked, it would have let you go. So you would have been free anyways, because it's not focusing on keeping you in its mouth.
Almost on principle, I want to, just fuck with it, but...
So you do nothing?
I'll do nothing.
Okay. On his turn, he spits out Jumba and Took. Covered in algae.
Jumbo sticks his head out of Took's mouth. That was fun.
Took has a grin on his face, both eyes dangling in different directions. Only one person has ever caused him to look straight.
What? Okay, so on a serious note, what do you offer in exchange for your life?
Waves about. Riches or favor.
What do you guys think?
Your passive perception will tell you it's one or the other. This creature has collected its hoard for a vastly long time, but it's also a very powerful creature, so take that for what it will. I mean, it ate a crap ton of damage and still put up a decent fight with less than a quarter of its health remaining.
This thing could take out a lot of water devils for us.
Yeah.
Could also take a lot of famines.
Ships.
water forces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm for the favor myself, but yeah.
Also know if he does run into the Beastman guy, though, possible that we'll have to fight him again.
True.
But he can't go on the land.
His words mean nothing to me.
Never mind. So Solon, what do you think's more valuable? Him hunting for us, or his riches?
I think the favor is more. Okay, I rephrase.
I was
I
about to
say
say I'm very proud of you,
we-
and now I can't say that.
I say we can make a deal.
Speak your terms.
In exchange for you striking out against our enemies. We leave the field of battle and grant you your life.
It looks at you, and you can see a wealth of knowledge and intellect in this creature now that it's not trying to kill you. You are long lived. I will not bind my service to all your enemies.
For the duration of this conflict against the one who calls you.
That is acceptable.
Then we have a bargain.
All right.
As a new deal mark appears on my forearm.
All right. And this thing can go on land, though. It's incredibly slow on land.
So, as we're swimming away, because I'm assuming we're going to try to get out of here, I say to the rest of the group, and just think, when we eventually go up against the god beast of water, that's technically an enemy.
We wouldn't necessarily have to swim away. Just like folding boat.
Yeah, the god beast of the ocean makes this thing look like a minnow.
I know, but it's funny that it has to help us. So, Orca is desummoned, and actually, I rolled the d20.
Okay. I don't know what you got.
It was a 3, so normal summon.
All right.
As an apology, I will on this day spend my 2 level 6 spells and I'll heal it.
Aww. Wait, what level 6 spells do you have? Oh, your necromancy orb.
Yeah. 73-77. Hey.
Damn. So 150 health. Nice.
Look, it's like I didn't do the fire.
Yeah, no, it still is.
So,
And we do.
I'll help out too, because why not?
I suppose I can help out as well.
Damn.
Though mine's not gonna be much.
You only it was only 2 for you? What was the number of spells it gave? I thought it had
Equal to
4
your
uses.
it's equal to your
Yeah.
spellcasting modifier.
Okay, then, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You don't have to do anything, Josh. I can heal it all by myself.
He's back to full
Yeah.
health.
I still have 3 uses left, or 2 uses left.
Yeah, it'll be at
I
full
forgot
health.
that
or
heal
enough.
has its own uses. I forgot about that.
Yep. Anything from the shard has its own uses. It's equal to the number of your spellcasting modifier.
We should probably, before too long, go and actually do. There's one more layer left, correct?
For
Necromancy shard.
yeah, the legendary. Same with the evocation, but you need to be a legendary rank to enter.
I am.
Yes, but the rest of your party isn't. Well, the ones going for the shard wouldn't be. So you'd be able to get it unless, are you legendary in Arcana, Charlie?
Am I legendary in Arcana?
Because you have to be level 15 to take it unless you get something special that.
Yeah, because we got the dragon buff to
Yep.
legendary one
Yep.
skill. And you chose Arcana?
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, you two would be able to get the shard.
Theoretically, yeah.
Theoretically, yes. All right, so that's done with. You will get the XP for the encounter.
And he's going to go out because he knows our enemies now. He'll begin striking out against.
Because he's actually fully healed. He will hunt for him and whatnot.
Kick butt, chew bubblegum.
Yes, he is not a normal sea serpent where they have a -4 intelligence. His intelligence is 5, +5.
Damn, now I kind of feel bad about the whole the necklace thing, but then again, I kind of.
To be fair, this is what he saw: a flying creature. Not anybody on its back. Yeah, it just sees this flying creature in the air. You and Jumbo are on its back, so it doesn't see you.
It was like a shark going after a bird.
Yeah.
It probably won't be going after any flying creatures anytime soon. Nope. Remember the last time that happened? I'm done.
Yep. Nope.
Done. Nope.
So then, Derek, the only question I have, because we'd end up finishing the purification ritual after spending the night. The only question I have is this a orb that is tied to this village, or is it one that can be taken?
It is an orb tied to this village.
Okay, good to know.
But it's also a waystone that's not connected to a nexus point.
Okay. So we can
just like the necromancy temple and the evocation temple.
Got it.
Fun thing that happened off screen, Gavin tried to use the orb, failed, and fell asleep for up to a week. Other events, caused him to wake up. But as of right now, at this point, after battling the sea serpent and returning, he goes to try to use his orb to get himself a class feat of his level or lower and fails and goes into a coma for a week's time. Yeah. Well, was meant to be a week. But okay, so that's the event there. What's the next event?
Baby Mac.
No.
And
he just wants his damn baby mimic.
I know he does. Chucky was that ritual was going on because I don't think he was assisting in any way. He was going to search the village just to see if he could find out who the hell this guy is that keeps trying to manipulate them.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
20.
You find the only building that actually is left intact for its time, because this is what you can gather. This village is very, very old. The house you're looking at has 3 rooms, and that is massive for the rest of the buildings you see here. It's actually intact. It's not damaged. You see crude paintings and drawings in what you assume to be the children's room. The furniture in here is very old. You know, it's not really stylized or anything. It's simple for its time, but the furniture and everything is intact. Even the kind of hay mattresses, the hay bedding used, the hay should have decayed by now, whatnot. Everything in here still is as it was. In the room, you see, crude paintings that you can probably assume is from the little girl. Um,
Does it look like someone's been here recently?
no. Um,
So like
actually,
there's some dust or something.
with that perception, there is no dust in it.
No dust, so it's like perfectly preserved.
Yeah, it's perfectly preserved. One thing you notice about this room, there's only 2 beds. As you go through, just going through the house, you see the one common area, which would be the living room, the foyer, whatever. And then you have the parents' bedrooms. The parent bedroom only has one bed, makeshift dresser that would have been, high class back in this time period. You see the various tools of the family that they use for their crafts and whatnot. You can give me a more thorough search if you want. That's just kind of like the preliminary looking around and the like. Give me another perception check.
Yeah, could I have Lynx assist me?
Yes, you could.
And he has to roll perception. 18.
For this, that does not succeed to give you a bonus.
I am going to use I'm gonna use the thurible, but not to give me a bonus because I don't think it would give me a bonus for this. I'm gonna look through it to see true sight.
Okay.
17. I don't think I made it.
Using the thurible, that changes things. So you notice a couple things going back through the house. The foyer is nothing extraordinary. The parents' bedroom, nothing extraordinary. In the kids' rooms, you see 2 things. A kind of latch that opens. Well, it's a latch, of course, it opens, but a latch that is definitely hidden by very powerful magic. And then in the far right corner, where it's very neat and meticulous, everything's placed with order and cause. And the side of the wall, you see again very powerful magic that keeps it hidden. A small drawer built into the wall.
Okay, I'm going to not touch them right now, and I'm gonna go get the others when they're done with their stuff and show them.
Okay.
So everyone's there and I don't get stuck somewhere.
Okay. Do y'all assist them in this?
What are we assisting with?
You can tell them, Josh. I gotta get something real quick so y'all can formulate a plan of action.
There was a drawer and then a latch to something.
I can help you. Was it locked?
I didn't check. I just saw it with using the true sight from the thurible. But there is very powerful magic hiding these things.
I'm very back. I'm back.
I'll go back. I guess I can help. I can cast some magic that will help unlock it, just in case there are any sort of traps or triggers.
And I'm assuming you're doing detect magic, Charlie?
Yeah.
All right, so the only thing magical in this room is the drawer that's built into the wall. The latch, there's nothing magical down there that you can sense.
Can we actually test something?
What was that?
I want to test something. We still have the dagger that negates or like removes magic. What if we like scratch the wood of the drawer with the knife?
It would break whatever enchantments are on the drawer. Theoretically.
And if it's bad magic that could blow up in our face, that would be a good thing to get rid of it with the dagger.
Correct. But if it's beneficial magic, it would blow up in our face because it would destroy it utterly.
Does anyone have any kind of detect magic or detect aura?
I have a spell, and I do air quotes on that, divinely granted spell that allows me to unlock even very high-end locks, magical or otherwise. So feasibly, I could try to use that spell on the drawer and open it that way. It would be as if someone opened it the correct way, even though we don't know what the correct way would normally have been. There's less certainty involved with that particular spell than the dagger, but there's less risk as well in terms of destroying something potentially useful.
And for all we know, it could be rigged to destroy the contents if the wrong person messes with it.
Which my unlock spell would bypass.
I have no better ideas.
That was inquisitive though. Good questions, good, trying to think of a plan there.
So do you all want me to do that?
Yeah, I'm guessing I don't get any other anything else from when I do the detect magic, correct? I don't get like School of Magic or anything like that.
No. Not with this right now. Actually you do, but it's surprising because this is the second time you're actually really feeling this. The first time was with Nair. This is the same kind of magic Nair is capable of.
I will let Solon know that what I detect over there is the same magic that Nair's capable of.
Yeah, because it doesn't fall into like a tradition. It is literally raw magic that is used to cast this spell. It doesn't fall into a school like that has been taught and refined over and over into the various schools of magic and whatnot. This is raw magic. I forgot you have pinpoint fucking detect magic now that can tell you all kinds of shit.
Yep.
So I asked to see the thermal because I need to be able to see my target in order to cast my spell.
We had two, so you should have one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you were using the other one
Yep,
for
got
the. You
We
see
also have
it.
some basic ones too. But...
You use the blessing, and the drawer slides open, and what you see in it is a very thick leather-bound tome. What catches you off guard is the tome. The cover of the tome has the modern-day crest of Draconia.
So
Because there's been two crests of Draconia, old Draconia.
and new Draconia.
Yeah.
The reformed. So I look at the group. And then I reach down and pick up the book. I'm going to risk it. I'm assuming traps are disabled with an unlock.
Yeah. You pick up the book. It is very heavy. It is a good 1,200, 1,400 page book.
Okay. I don't know why, but when he said 12 to 1,400, I immediately went to pounds, and I'm like, holy shit. I don't even come close.
No, can't.
I don't even think Chucky comes close.
I know, right? He'll pull. Chucky goes up. I got this. Oh God! I threw my back out.
What's in this book? Some bricks? Finally, a book I can use as a weapon.
If you can pick it up.
Attach it to a stick and turn it into an ultimate morning star. Or turn it sideways and it's Mjolnir.
Yes.
Attach it to a chain, have a flail.
Put the rune of returning on it. That way you can chunk it, and then it comes back.
At that point, I would just have it be a boomerang. At that point, doesn't even.
The only problem with it being a boomerang and not returning is you have to catch it if it's a boomerang. There's no stopping force on the other end of that. It's not magic. It's just you're about to get blown away.
You once had an arm. Now it's over there.
You killed whatever you were throwing at, but you know, it was a one-time deal.
Well, no, technically he still has another arm.
Yeah, I think it might just obliterate him.
That too.
Or you make this into a magical rubber ball paddle.
So there's something. So your tech magic's going on. There's some unique things you pick up here, and it's a very familiar signature from a handful of people that you know, both of you know. The majority of this kind of has the magical signature of Xandric. With script, the other magical signature you kind of pick up is from Drake and Gideon.
The fuck were they up to?
I open the book.
I have a bad feeling about this.
A lot of it, you start reading it, and it is the chronicle that Xandric wrote at the end of the last campaign.
That was several books.
This is put into one tome.
Yeah, this is the ultimate edition.
This is the
extended
collected
edition.
You had the pre-order.
Yep, we had a
Yep.
pre-order. And as you flip through it, you can see where, you flip through it and you can see parts where Drake has written in, and Gideon, speaking of various different things.
I look at how many times there were cross-out sections and truthful accounts written into the bottom in the margins.
You can actually see, and as you see that where like whoever read this decoded it.
Oh no, I'm talking about like Xandric writes, and then Xandric heroically stepped to the forefront. It's crossed out.
Actually,
Striker
Xandric
and Gideon's
done it that
handwriting.
way.
Yeah, no,
I'm sorry,
Xandric wasn't that kind of bird.
No, he wasn't. He kind of kept it.
He isn't
flat.
Zivit.
Nope.
Fair enough.
Or Dandelion from The Witcher.
Then I see one part crossed out and scribbled out, and then I continue to torture him with talk of tea from that day forward.
Fair. But no, you do see where like especially like when Drake and Gideon are writing, Drake used some code in his writing and you could see where whoever was reading this deciphered the code and made notes on that, on like, like little sticky notes, not really sticky notes, but you know what I mean, little parchment that he used a pen to put into it to actually show the deciphered meaning of it. And you see pages that aren't part of the book, parchment that aren't part of the book, because the pages on this are modern day for this time period. It's actual paper.
Mhm.
The other parts that were added to it are actual parchment, very old parchment. And you could see where, like, again, deciphering the codes that were put in the book and added onto from the stories of Drake and Gideon, because you read the book most likely, or thumbed through it. The original chronicles, as it was multiple books, has been condensed into this, but also the writings of Drake and Gideon were not part of the original chronicles.
The parts that are
And
just parchment,
you can see
are
where
the
he's like making very, very, or whoever this is making very fine-tuned, educated guesses and assumptions on various topics.
is this written in common or what?
The very earliest form of common, where the common language came from, that era.
Okay.
Early copies of the book would have been draconic, though, too. So, the book itself might be draconic.
That's actually a good point. Look, is it a first edition?
What you can guess, yes. There would be parts, because Xandric probably would have written in Draconic in some parts, or how is it written? Because this language does, what you would see if it is all in Draconic, you would see again a parchment where he's actually deciphering, or whoever this is deciphering Draconic and formulating it into his tongue or their tongue.
Actually, this is where the first edition is relevant. Would your first edition be in Draconic, and then to spread the story out further after, your first edition is released, where you would come out in common?
Yep.
This is in Draconic. And you see a parchment again, this person, this entity, deciphering Draconic, and actually you see the process of him learning the language.
I pass it off to Gideon so he can take, or Gavin so he can take a look. I don't believe it. Your dad can write. And it's not sermons.
Wow.
Hey, and your dad's not taking all the credit.
Yeah, he didn't write it.
Xandric was not taking any real credit there. So the way Xandric actually wrote it was he's kind of this character in the background, actually. Well, the only embellishment probably would be when anything musical that he did, that would be embellished.
Okay, sorry, I'm just double checking my notes here. This is where it also gets. Sorry, there's actually more writing. I knew I was forgetting some stuff. There's an author in it as well. That surprises both you and Gavin. That would be in this book. There is several chapters penned by Archaon. There
Or
are.
just the Dragon Lords, didn't I? Or Xandric did.
What was that?
Xandric, he went to more than just the Dragon Lords to help write the book.
Interested in that, I'll actually flip to the Arcanon chapters.
Yeah, it talks about the lore, and sometime we'll go over that when we have more time because I want to try to get as much done as we can.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes over what you know of various events. It also goes over, Archaon's discovery of, the true enemy. Because for the longest time, their people thought that it was the chained Oblivion, much like, 99.999% of the world, even the gods.
Yeah.
And, learning of the true enemy and so forth, so on. And then again, you see parchment and you see, reference numbers and whatnot. And then you see Abaddon written down, ?
Okay.
I'm going to ask Solon if I can hold on to it for at least a couple days. I want to go through and actually do some studying on just the parchments, not the actual
Let me
book.
look one thing up real quick.
Okay.
There's something I know Drake wouldn't speak of that Solon would know. I start looking at to see if there's any mention of interactions with the Chained Oblivion in this book. Because if there are, this is additional information that he would not have told Xandric about.
Right. Sorry, let me just reference my notes. There is.
There's only one
It
instance
speaks
in the
of
story.
now. This is where it gets important. Okay, it speaks of interactions, not with Solon alive. This is when Drake interacted with the Chained Oblivion before Solon's birth. And Drake's kind of recounting of it, if you will. Now, your character would find that odd because your father probably would never pin that.
I look at Gideon and I say, I don't know how open your father is with you, but if you know of anything in that story that he might have told you about that he would have never have told Xandric, I would look to see if it's mentioned in here. Because there's information here that my father would never, and I mean never.
And this is again, you can see like the first chronicle, the chronicle Xandric penned. What you're reading is in Drake's script, like his writing. You can tell the distinct writing differences between how Xandric writes and how Drake writes, and how Gideon and how Archaon. Let's see. I'm drawing a blank because I have it in here. I don't want to give something away. When I'll do some recollecting because I don't want to give a major spoiler away, so I don't want to do that. So I'll check notes from campaign 1. But yeah, would there be anything that he told Gavin that he never told Xandric?
To make sure that he didn't fall into and give in to the same thing that Gideon did in his past life, he would retell as much as he can remember of his past life and past actions before he ran into the party and was judged by them in the afterlife.
It actually does speak of that in Gideon's script.
I nod to Solon. How? And just say how. There's no way.
Okay. There's one other thing that I want to check. So I flip near or close to the end, and I want to look to see if it mentions anything about Chucky or Araxis's family.
It speaks of, yes, it does speak of Araxis's, not Chucky's.
Okay.
It speaks of Carl Grimstad, his son, Victor Grimstad, Araxis, technically Grimstad, but the last name was dropped off when she was moved to the Summer Vale in Valyria, or Vale Summers in Valyria.
I say to Araxis, you're in this book too.
Speaks of her, but does not speak anything about her life or anything like that.
Well, that's interesting.
I say my theory on who the hooded figure is, Derek, is being cemented more and more. This figure, there's no way he could have access to this information unless he was exceptionally close to our families. And I've never met him.
Neither have I.
So what do y'all do? There's still the latch that has not been explored. A tome in front of you that is baffling because it is of two errors.
I go ahead and give it to Gavin. He said he wanted to look at it
Yeah.
more closely.
Yeah.
And I
Oh
do
God!
release-
Now it weighs 1,200 pounds. No.
I extend my hand towards the latch and I cast unlock again.
The latch opens, and some very shoddy makeshift stairs descend about 6 feet.
Who's going first? 1, 2, 3, not it.
Sure, and I do detect magic down the stairs.
Keeping true sight up.
It's weird. It's not necessarily magic, but this entire place is being held together with magic. It's not magic you sense, but emotion. Sadness, overwhelming sadness, anger, and fear. And as you descend, you can see the skeletal remains of animals where their ribs have been broken open, bite marks on their bones. You can see a remnants of a makeshift toy that has been broken and kind of pieced back together. You can see painting on it and remnants of what the girl has done. There is no bed down here. There are chains, and you can see in the corner where there is a table with whips and knives. As you look around, you can see where, while there is not a bed, where furs of these small rodents and whatnot over time have been used to make a bedding.
God, I wish I had previous game knowledge here. Because I know there's actually a fourth sibling.
So, nothing magical, just very intense emotions. And a gruesome place we can only assume one of the children were kept.
It looks like experimented on.
So, what do y'all do?
Well, Jackie looks appalled. We're like, who would do this to a child?
If I use the sight of the scythe, do I see anything else?
You see an echo. And it's weird because the magic of this place is specifically in this cellar, if you will. Is very wonky with like detect magic in your sight. You see echoes of two boys. One is of the child that butchered the village, covered in scars, lash marks, and another who's also been tormented. You can see Lucian holding what you can probably assume to be the younger brother. And then you see an echo of a man come down and go to grab the younger brother Lucian is protecting, and fights him off, but is unsuccessful and, gets punished for doing so. And that's where the echo ends.
I don't recognize at all the man that comes down.
No. He's an older man. Graying beard.
Let me see.
Klaus, we gotta kill him now.
Oh, at least explain as much detail as I can. The echo to Solon. If I can with...
I relay it out loud to the rest of the group who followed behind me. Does mine or Chucky's true sight proc anything?
Not down here. This is, again, just a place of horror.
Okay. Solon doesn't exactly look too well at this, and is going to go back upstairs because he's starting to get pissed.
As you all send back up, unless there's anything anybody wants to do down there.
Nothing comes to mind for me.
I have one thing I can think of. But it'd be
Go
minor
ahead.
thing.
Fire?
Huh?
Start this place on fire?
No. I would kneel down and pray to Neshama for, to...
As you kneel down and you pray, I'll get to use this second, Sam. As you kneel down and pray, you feel a clasp on your arm. And for a second, you just see an echo yourself. And you see Lucian. And you just help him. and he's bleeding. He has wounds all over him. Help him. And then the echo fades.
Is this young Lucian or?
Yeah, this is young Lucian. This is not Blood God Lucian. Not first
Of course,
vampire.
I don't
This
know
is...
if Chucky fully knows that yet.
No, but to put it in perspective for you as a player, that is Kid Lucian. Arathis, as you're searching the room, you do see in one of the corners where there's these metal bindings, early kind of manacles, and you can see on the stone wall where there are massive claw marks that dig into it. And you can see little clumps of grayish white fur.
Can I roll like a nature check for the fur?
Sure.
It
It looks lupine in nature.
I will point it out to the group. Claw mark and fur.
The fur itself, does it feel more, so I've dealt with them, so werewolf or wolf-like or beastman-like?
Or werewolf.
Or werewolf.
Not even going to make you roll for it.
Yeah.
When Chucky finishes praying, he does tell the rest of the group that was a vision he just saw of the kid saying, "Help him."
Because I know that Solon can, or he has the crystal ball stuff, if I remember right. We have fur, so could definitely scry if we wanted to.
I never took the crystal ball out of the loot, so.
Yeah.
All right. So as you all, unless there's anything else, Charlie, or Gavin, sorry.
Mhm.
AMPC'd you. My bad. You see a figure, and you've seen this figure before. It is the Blood God. This is Lucian after he's a vampire. You see him holding a skull in his hand, and he crushes it with ease. I am sorry I failed you, my brother. And in the vision, the echo fades.
Starting to wonder how long Lucian was stuck here.
Here's a question. How far apart are the scratch marks, and how deep and how long are they?
They're a good 6 inches, and it's if somebody slammed their hands onto the wall and just raked down. And they go in
So like the size of
they
an
go in
adult,
huh?
like adult sized.
Yeah. And they're a good 3 inches deep into the stone.
Semi curiosity, Derek, since I'm already up and out of the room. Anybody showing up?
Let me check my notes here real quick. As you walk out, you stepped out of the house, right?
Correct.
The dilapidated well that's not too far from the house. There's water in it. And then it begins to ripple. And you see a face you've only seen a couple times in your life. And you see the blood god. How I wish to forget the horrors here, young Oathbinder.
I say, Uncle. Yeah, I can understand why.
I do not know why I preserved that hell. I never once thought another would find it, especially you or your companions.
We weren't the first ones to find it.
He just looks at you.
I say a modern day book of, I'm saying this, not quietly, just FYI. A book of modern day Draconia was being stored in this house.
That wretched tome. I was never allowed to read it, but I always wondered why such a book existed. Or, no, he actually says such an object existed. For in my youth, we had no books, no tomes. We had barely parchment we learned to craft. My brother found that tome, became obsessed with it.
Did you have 4 siblings or 3?
You see a look of true anger on his face when you ask that question, not towards you. There are 4. 3 I only ever allow spoken of. For I failed the other, and I could not reach him.
Pretty sure your eldest brother's the one that trapped us here on this island.
what I remember of him. I cannot even recall his face or what he sounds like. I imagine what his voice would be. After finding that tome, I would not put it past his capabilities of doing such a thing.
At this, I'm gonna, if nobody's shown up yet, I say, hey, you guys.
At this point, yeah, they would have.
Yeah.
First communication with someone off the island.
I'm Chucky, not seeing this person before. I don't think in his older form. Who's this?
This would be the much talked about Bloodlord.
The Bloodlord.
You would have heard stories about him. Not his name Lucian, but the Bloodlord is, much like Dracula and whatnot. He is a creature of legend. Yeah. Now, how do you feel about this, Gavin? The generator of vampires right here.
What, he doesn't know that I've killed doesn't hurt him?
You think he doesn't know you've killed some of his children?
I'm pretty sure he has, but if he's not going to bring it up, I'm sure not going to bring it up.
He's an alpha predator. He probably just thinks they were too weak if they were killed by you.
Yep.
That wasn't even meant as a backhanded compliment.
I know.
It was just kind of a statement of fact.
He should be worried. He's above my level.
This latest sea serpent is evidence of this.
Is there a message you wish me to give to your respective families? And his eyes fall on you, Araxes, as well, including you, daughter of Carl Grimstad.
That's a good question. Do I have any family left?
Your father still sits at the throne, or one of the thrones of Draconia. Your brother is being charged with crimes against the Lord and crimes against Draconia. He smirks.
And my mother?
He is held in a very special place.
I can imagine Carl asking for a favor from Solon for that. Solon has, for streamers, for anybody who happens to watch this either now or in the future, Solon has a very special prison.
Drake
does.
Drake has a very special prison. He decided to spend a ass ton of money. And basically, he took a special wondrous item, the most powerful item listed in the book. A mirror. This mirror, if you look in its reflection, you make a save. And if you fail the save, you are trapped in a special dimension where you cannot use any magical, special, or any abilities whatsoever. And you're trapped in this special dimension as long as the owner of said magic item wills it so. And Drake took hundreds of these mirrors and lined them up in a special circular chamber. And whenever he decides to imprison somebody, he just teleports them directly into this particular room, and lets them naturally fail at least one of those rolls.
There was one scary time where out of like 172 rolls or something like that, only like 3 ones were rolled. I literally had to scroll to find a 1 like multiple times. We're like, what the fuck? Oh, there's 1. Oh, there's 1 too. And there's 1.
Realistically speaking, it's not impossible, but it's statistically extremely improbable that someone will not at least fail once. So it is, in Drake's opinion, the ultimate prison.
So yes, that is where Carl is being held. And you can see him actually sniff Araxis. Your mother still lives. His eyes lock with yours for a moment, Araxis. For what horrors you have been made to witness and will see to come. May every blessing you acquire aid you. And that block that prevented your true sight and poison immunity is gone and restored.
Yay.
Well, actually, it's restored because it was actually utterly destroyed. But the Blood Lord has within his means to be able to grant those boons again. So again, he asks. He even looks at you, Chucky. I know of your people. That's Hollow Rock. My child slumbers, but he sends those to watch over your people.
He should be awakening fairly soon here.
He is.
Chucky just has this look of unsure look on his face, but it's just like, what? He's a little bit confused because he knows not much about any of this shit.
Yep.
Well, you do know Zobek has a new ruler. And
Oh, right.
A
Oh,
desert,
right. I forgot
a
about
desert.
that.
He fancies himself a god. And much to your all's chagrin, he called you his heralds in the first campaign.
Why did I forget that? Xandric's the one that ran into him first.
Yep.
That was a weird encounter. Considering I met his brother before that, which was the exact polar opposite. It's fucking evil as shit. Oh.
I say if you could relay to my sister that I am not only making this island my bitch, I am growing way, way stronger. So she better watch out. Next time, I'm kicking her ass.
He smiles, and on her end, the northern parts of Amir have fallen, but the forces of Draconia have kept them stalled. Nemo, Du, and Xanadar are fighting fiercely against the naval force of Anal. They are at a disadvantage, the Analians, because the actions your father once took. But it is not an easy battle, and it's not guaranteed for the allies of Draconia.
Have you taken a side yet?
It's not my place in this war. My time comes. When your father finally awakens.
It might be a while. There's stuff to do on this island before I can escape. On these islands.
You see a smirk on his face, and it makes all of you shiver. Help is on the way.
Jackie's just like, what did he mean by that?
I whisper over to Gavin, this isn't mine to tell him, but you'll win brownie points if you tell him what you did with the Mother of Monsters. You'll win a lot of brownie points.
Yeah.
Like you might get a greater blessing out of the deal.
Yeah.
He really dislikes her.
Can you send 2 messages for me?
Of course.
One to my mother. Let her know that I'm all right. And I need to get a message sent out to the Order of Pillstone.
Sorry, I just find it funny that he's the one delivering a message to him.
And any way...
It goes into the Grand Hall, the Order of Palestone, and they all like, what do we do here? Like, I'm very conflicted on what we're supposed to do right here because, by our very code, we're supposed to stab and beat and kill. This is the motherfucking Bloodlord. We were not prepared.
I need them to know that because of my actions, the Mother of Monsters is imprisoned for 2 years. They have 2 years to get their shit together.
You see a grin across his face. I have high hopes for you, Gavin. And for that, I will send my most fierce of children to aid you.
I look at Solon and I kind of like, he said aid, right? I heard that right? Right? He said aid?
She hurts, though.
She who?
I'm not strong, and she hurts. This is unfair. I probably have traumatizing stories about dealing with her.
Probably.
Wait, would Gavin know?
Probably.
Her and who was it that was close to her because of the time skip?
Lothar.
Oh, yeah.
Lothar.
So you dealt with when Lothar was still alive and still around. She came around a lot around that time because they were constant sparring partners.
And mating partners at times. It was a really weird thing.
Hurt.
I mean, she ripped out his liver and ate it in front of him, and he rolled a natural fucking diplomacy check, natural 20, to seduce her so he could still live. And he role played it really good.
Let Sandrix help a little bit. I may have given him regeneration for a little bit.
Yeah.
She hurts. I got my crossbow from her. She hurts. A lot. All of a sudden I realized something. Wait. There's a representative of famine on this island.
You just see a smile on his face.
This is going to be bad. She has impulse control. issues.
But
I was about to say no, she doesn't, and then you said issues.
Yes, but my daughter hungers for nothing. Because she takes all that she desires.
That is the age-old question. How do you fight endless hunger or endless greed by embracing it? That's our solution to that particular problem. We have to get stronger, guys.
Our time is running short.
Josh said BRB, but he's the only one left that has decided if he needs to send a message or not.
Well, and Araxis, because she asked if she
Oh.
still had family, and it was stated she does.
We have your father and your brother's quote-unquote alive.
And so is your mother.
Could he tell me where she is?
You see him sniff. She's on her way to Draconia to be with your father.
I guess my character would pause and think for a second and just say, if you're heading that direction, would you tell them that I'll see them soon?
I will send your love. Anything you want to ask him, Chucky?
Well, he said he knows my village or my civilization. The only question Chucky would have is, what's the state of Hollow Rock? Or does he know? Currently?
They grow united with the goddess returned.
You just see Chucky just take this sigh of relief a bit. I was
Though
worried.
I do wonder what she tastes like.
Is that sexual? I can't tell with him.
And then he gets serious for a moment. Reach my brother, reach my brother, for I could not save him. And you get that feeling of that echo, Chucky, of that child, grabbing a hold of your hand, asking the same thing. The water ripples again and just goes still.
I just got chills, Derek.
So, your messages will be delivered. The Bloodlord has asked you to save his brother, to reach him where he failed. We have time to just do a couple brief events. I know we don't have time to do the Beastman thing, but any last minute things you all want to do here, because we're going to start wrapping up. I want to try to get a couple
We
of
need
minor
to do the
things.
baby mimic.
The what?
The baby mimic.
Fine. We're going to fast forward real quick. Understand, people that are watching, this is not in chronological order. So days pass.
Actually, Derek, the baby mimic is next.
Oh, hey, it is. Okay.
I knew I wasn't that far off, so get off my back. I had one freaking thing mixed up. Jesus Christ.
I mean, it was a couple of days of it was like a day exploring, and then the next day the baby make. Right after that, you know.
At this
Yeah, there
point,
was
It was
no. Wait,
before
okay.
the
Here's a question. When did the Guardian event happen?
The Guardian. Uh, which Guardian? The Elder Treant?
Yeah.
That was day 8, 3 days from now.
Okay. Just making sure.
After
That's
the-
where I was. Yeah, that's where I was getting confused at.
That was after the Shadow Realm.
Yep.
Yeah, Shadow Realm would have been right after the baby mimic.
All right. So we're gonna lead up to the Shadow Realm thing because reasons I said, things are gonna be a little different.
Okay.
As you all travel and you find yourself traveling along the western coast, you see a peculiar sight. High above in the sky, you see a tiny little chest. Even from your current vantage point, this thing is small. And it's moving very slowly through the sand. And as you fly closer, you can hear crying coming from this thing. And as you make your turns and whatnot to look, you can tell it is a tiny mimic. You see that pretty much it's a jewelry box. You can see through your passive checks and the checks you made last night that it is lost and afraid. You descend down, and Solon, really for the first time, is really gleeful about something, and like race.
You crit failed. You don't even get to try to cut me off. That mimic
That's
is
your
destined to be mine.
that is your greed biting you in the ass, Sam.
there's a split second where Gavin goes, "Oh, a monster," and starts picking and starts grabbing the scythe. I was like, "Oh wait, it's a baby."
It's a baby monster. Oh.
Oh wait, I'm about to get torn to shreds by multiple monsters and be torn apart by a Rexus and a dragon. Nothing
Yes.
would unite Solon and Araxis faster.
You get you come up close and it takes some
Him and having
finagling.
words.
It takes some finagling as it tries to run away, but again it's only moving 5 feet around, or 15 feet total with all 3 actions. And it's
faster than I am is Chucky. And that's
it's scared of you, and we already did the rolls, so just going through the cinematic of the adorableness. It takes some time. It takes a good 10, 15 minutes for you to really calm it down with some craft handling rolls and food.
I know that it's not actually what it looks like, but what I think of when I think of this is the small baby clam from SpongeBob SquarePants. I don't know
Wow.
why. It's just what I think of.
I just sent an image of Chester from Don't Starve. That's what I keep picturing.
That works
Or
too.
even the oh god, what book is that? It's the beast handling book from Harry Potter. The one
All
that's
right,
like
that one.
knitted.
Yeah. So
Fantastic
I'll
Beasts
test
and Where to Find Them is actually, I think, the book title.
Mhm.
Yep. After about 10 to 15 minutes of calming it down, bribing it with food, craft handling rolls. Yes, we made a new action, craft handling, because that's a thing. It basically uses all its action, all its little might to jump up into your chest where you grab it and hold it, and it licks you across the face. You have a baby mimic.
I have a baby mimic.
For those that I don't know if baby mimics are actually a thing because they're aberrations, so forth, so on. But I rolled a lot of the stuff that isn't like bullet points or secondary stories and whatnot. And this is where I kind of messed up with the campaign, doing it like this. That's why there's a lot of dead spots, so forth, so on. But I rolled I rolled randomly, and it said fun event. Create something unique and just fun. And I was like, what would be unique fun? Okay, baby something. Most people in our group like pets. Let's do a baby something. Baby mimic. Oh,
Now it's a fight between me and Araxis, and who gets
yeah.
to keep.
Don't worry. I already realized I have to put another baby animal in there.
Oh, the baby owlbear is mine. I called dibs hours ago.
Actually, you called dibs last night, so it's been almost a day at this point.
But yeah, so you get your mimic, and you go to traveling once again, and you're exploring the water. You find the way there was nothing at the ruined Beastman village, was there? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, so are we skipping the Shadow Realm? Because the Shadow Realm happened before the ruined Beastman village.
What hex was the shadow the blood on?
The Shadow was G23.
We're missing an event. The cavern with the dark elves.
We explored that, but we didn't.
Let's gloss over that real quick. Somebody, because you all looked in there and decided right now might not be the best time. But if somebody wants to explain that right there.
In our exploration, we found what appeared to be the remnants of a giant sword strike into the ground, a mile wide and a half, or a mile and a half, 2 miles wide.
No, 2 miles long, half mile wide.
A half a mile wide. When we delved closer into it, we realized it connected to, trying to remember what you called it, not so
Darklands.
The Darklands.
Yeah, that's what
which is this campaign's version of the Underdark. Upon investigating, we found a drow colony, as well as a troglodyte swarm. After investigating, we found signs of the typical drow colony in terms of slavery and like no spider symbology or anything like that, but a drow village of about 300 or so. Lots of the group is very anti-slavery. Some of us don't care. But we decided it was not the time or place to deal with the drow, as that could be a potential secondary enemy, and we have enough on our plate as is.
Well, and there was something too that kind of caused you to pause. The quote unquote slaves, they weren't manacled, they weren't anything like that. They had magical brandings on the back of their neck, but they weren't malnourished. They definitely weren't, fed to full bellies, but they weren't malnourished. They weren't sickened or really beaten or anything like that. They just had
the fact that a lot of the slaves were the dominant culture on this particular island, and we know Vorgoth liked to make war, and recently did do a war against the Underdark to try to collect something, or against the Darklands to try to collect something. We don't know if this is war or prisoners of war. So we decided to pull back for the moment. We took note of it, but we decided now was not the time to engage.
It didn't help that someone was asleep in a coma.
Yeah, that was another big point.
Yeah. Gavin at that point was asleep.
Yep.
Then anything else? Anything else like that we're missing that we can go over real quick?
No,
Before
all
the
we had
blood.
left is the Shadowlands, or the
The
Dark
unknown
Dimension.
Beastman tribe, the Guardian, and the Keeper of Bones.
And then the Beast Mother rituals that.
Yeah,
Bowen
that's the
was
unknown
pick.
Beastman tribe. What I was getting at, I know you all went, and I don't want to bust open all my notes. I know you all went to the ruined village to explore it. The one that your all's army, or the army that was sent over to
Yes.
destroy. Was there an event there?
We were okay. Yes, there was. I told Josh to mark it down, but that does happen after the Shadowlands. So is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll cover that next session. So what happens here is just a brief rundown of the first part. Chucky's brother decided to be curious and poke, the chain god's blood that's throughout the island and, rare locations and whatnot where the battle between him and Palor transpired. He decided to try to get a sample of it, and random chaotic effect, it exploded doing a metric ass ton of damage, 94 points of untyped damage. We didn't go over that, Sam, but yeah, we did. We talked about the vision of the children and whatnot, of the witch girl, and yeah. But yeah, he tried to collect a sample, massive damage, almost killed Solon, but Solon's like, and uses his necklace. After that, a rift opened above them, and they were pulled through. The initial plan was something different, but I realized it just no. Um, so the events have changed a little bit than what we were going to do last night. Using DM discretion of that would just be a horrible encounter to run. While potentially fun, it also has a greater chance of just being a bog fest and very chaotic.
So we're just going with the 100 damage explosion.
100 damage explosion, and you still get teleported.
Okay.
Here, you find yourself in a white marble chamber. In the center of it is a grand throne, yeah. Sitting on it, you see the mysterious figure. In front of him, you see 3 clear orbs that are about 50% filled with raw magic. Not going to make you roll. Each one of these spheres represents different traditions: divine, occult, and arcane. Next to where this man sits in his throne, and he seems expecting of you, is an urn that pulsates with immense power. He leans forward. Welcome. I figure now is a good time for us to talk. You have been through much and have many questions.
A few.
So we can either leave it here at this cliffhanger or go on a little longer. I leave it up to you all, because I know some of you work tomorrow morning.
I'm good until 10 o'clock my time, which is another hour.
Same.
You good, Josh? You good, Sam? Sam, I know you're tired like I am. I mean, I'm going to be up for several more hours, but I don't know about you. So y'all good to go a little longer?
Yeah, why not?
Josh?
Did you not hear me?
Nope.
Yeah, Maybe I said it right before my mic fully unmuted because I can move the boom up and down and it mutes it.
So your answer?
Yeah, I said. I believe you said yes, right, Josh?
I'm probably going to be up for probably until maybe 1. So,
All right, well, good then. Feel free to ask whatever you want. If I answer or not is subject to, well, my desire, but feel free to ask whatever you wish.
Are you from the future?
That's a weird, I wouldn't say weird. That's a little paradoxical.
You have access to information that you shouldn't have access to. You have access to, and I'm going to reveal something to him here, but it's an attempt to get more information, so I'm sorry, guys. My character wants this answer. And you had access to a book that you had no right to, or no ability to get an answer to unless you somehow were able to collect it from a time far
He
flung.
looks at you. You actually see for just a brief moment, you see his eyes shift just a little bit, actually taken by surprise.
Your brother says
Then
hello.
then it goes back to his normal look. You found the book. That's impressive. Do you have it on you? Give me an intelligence check.
I do not have it on me. He asked specifically, do you have it on you? I respond, I do not have it on me.
Fair. Give me an intelligence roll.
You're welcome,
Anybody
Dan.
who wishes to.
I'm going to go ahead and token it.
Really? Yeah.
them two, or who's all for the
Oh.
intelligence?
I'll token it too.
There we go. 25.
16. Here
So,
we go.
an entity like this who plans so many moves ahead that can see through lies, deception, can see magic and things on a level that you can theorize on but never have experienced, has no inkling idea that you possess this book. Not you in general, but your group. He cannot sense that book. He cannot pick up that you all have it.
This is not going to go to Dan's head.
A few sands in the ground, which may incriminate me some.
To answer your question, a little bit of both. I was born when the first man was created. Due to events of your parentage, or your prodigies, your children, whatever, your sires, and their, let's say, influence on time. Because of an event that transpired in Draconia, one where they sought aid from the Keeper of Time. Their essence was interwoven. Because of various events and manipulating time, their history, their knowledge, some of the greatest work ever created was formed and cast through time by mishaps. Their legacies. And you kind of piece together, and this is why I was trying to rack my brain earlier. Every key figure of lore that was in that time bubble is infused in this book.
Really? The urge to check something that's really high, but I'm not. Play it straight.
Things,
You
names
see-
to check like Vecna.
He actually takes off his long coat, and you see upon his arms markings. And you understand these markings, Solon, because of a gift you have. Each one of these are names of lore, people of lore of power during that event that he possesses essences of. Your father, Gideon, Archaon, Seven, Lothar, Kara, the Blood Lord. Who the Blood Lord is.
Oh, fuck. That means he is an amalgamation of all those powers. Holy fuck.
Well, that explains why he can get around so easily.
That also explains why nobody can sense him or detect him because of all of Drake's essence.
See, that's why when you gave me your theory, I was like, you're partially correct.
You know, that also includes Bahamut, Tiamat, and I believe Rambo's character had Vecna in that time bubble.
Yup. And also, this is where the structure, or where Mortoid started to ascend. Like, he actually constructed his divine body while we were in the time bubble.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, he would have essence of
Io.
Drake's mom too, wouldn't he? And Asmodeus.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
It was a fluke.
Gideon's mom
Ended
too.
up here or fate. Who knows?
He would have
As
the
your
essence
father.
of all three of Drake's brothers.
Now, that doesn't mean he is as strong as them. He has capabilities and understandings on a level that has never before been seen. As you saw, or at least in the last campaign, as you saw, he couldn't directly kill Paylor, but he could cause and affect his death.
Oh,
Now-
when Drake wakes up, he's gonna be so pissed. There's gonna be some theft going on there. Because luckily, every single person you listed does not have a great vision ability.
That is correct.
Didn't now would he have essence of the Chained Oblivion? Because the Chained Oblivion did invade Zendrik's mind.
He does.
Damn it.
That's why I was trying to rack my notes, and I didn't want to ask the question of who was in the time bubble. I was reading my notes and whatnot. There is a list of very prolific individuals.
Asgear.
Um,
Yeah.
the it's the dwarf master character.
Cindric the Old.
Cindric the Old was in there, wasn't he too?
Oh,
That's why he has this dimension right here. That's why he has these orbs that can contain the power that they do.
Why do all of this? You're obviously a facilitator. You nudge things and attempt to get them to coalesce in the way you want most.
The end is upon us. It's marching. Stop the horsemen from being free or not. Ally with Quran. Eventually, what is truly prison there will fully heal. And will shatter its bonds. For any of this. And he waves his hand, and as he does, your scenery changes literally to the cosmos of endless planets filled with life. For any of this to survive, for us to have a future, we must strike before it can break free of its own accord. Each one of you has the means to battle and take the fight to him. And he waves his hand towards the three orbs, is the weapon that will deal the telling blow. Our world will lose these magics, and it will nearly drain the world's soul itself. But we can put a true end to this. You're all's intelligence. Some of your all's intelligence is high enough. You can piece together the what's going on outside of this island and outside of you having those shards where magic's becoming those three traditions of magic is weakening and becoming chaotic. It's because the very essence of those traditions are being funneled into these orbs. The more these orbs fill, the harder it is to cast those spells of occult, divine, and arcane.
You pick your champions like shit. I gave away my very essence to gain more arcane knowledge and power.
He just looks at you. And what have you found here that allows you to negate that? What have you found here that allows you to do what others will not be able to do? To be the last of your kind, to be able to hold on to the remnants of a history that will be forgotten. You get the idea he's talking about the spell shards.
Yeah, and I'll let other people speak here because there's a lot going through someone's head right here.
There's a lot going through my fucking head right now. I'm trying to think on this shit.
Yeah.
Not only do you kill all the gods this way, you
Your
kill.
uncle should be happy about that. He says with a smirk.
Which one?
Ezekiel.
I nod. Yes, he would be happy about that.
He may have given up on that, but he's not going to cry about it.
I would become his favorite overnight.
At that point, then all dragons die.
All dragons die. All elves die. All Eladrin die. The Feywild and all of it die.
Their champions die too, right?
Yeah.
He actually puts up a hand. The world, and then you see an image of the world appear in his hand, and then you see the mirror plane of the Feywilds or Arcadia in the reboot. While you are gifted and quite capable of learning any form of magic, the very foundation of Arcadia and the material plane that you will return to after this is in fact primal magic, the very essence of the world soul itself.
So what you're saying is you're eliminating arcane, divine, and
If I were to
occults.
eliminate primal, there would be nothing left and there would be no hope. For the world soul must exist. Now, when he says world soul, you're getting the idea of like nature, the primal magics, the world, having a soul itself. You can debate like Gaia or whatever, but he's the lifeblood of what is material. Arcane is, the manipulation of just generic magic, if you will. Not saying arcane is generic, but you get what I mean. It's the fundamental wizard.
Okay, the way I understand the breakdown is arcane is manipulating energy within you. Nature is manipulating external, like energy in nature. Occult is reaching into the aether, and divine is borrowing the power of divine entities.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. So basically, it would revert to like if this goes through, it would revert to kind of because there's shamans on almost every culture around the world. Same with druids, though they've not always been called druids in various parts of the world. That's more Scandinavian area, parts of Europe. But shamans are pretty much scattered through, so it pretty much become those are the types of spellcasters of magic that exist. I mean, some may still be called priests and whatnot, but it's very much you're kind of seeing his goal of how to defeat this foe. He believes that you all will take the fight to him, but to deliver the killing blow, this is what's needed.
How do you know what will happen if you strike out at this original entity and actually do kill him? Secondly, since he's the primal entity, How do you know what consequences won't ripple out from such an action? Side note, since he's the primal entity, how do you know that, pointing at the three orbs, since even if he didn't directly create those three energies, they are descendants or lesser forms of the energy he did create. How do you know those are going to have any effect on him?
He looks at you. He created the eldest. Your grandfather, pure chaos, good, evil, neutral, law, order. And they brought forth and wounded him greatly. One was thought killed in this, but we know otherwise. While he is responsible for creation and bringing forth everything that is, it's nothing more than if a mother was slain after giving birth to a child. The child still has a chance to live. What he created, or what it created, is beyond just simply him, though he has the means to bring it all to an end. While product of his creation, they are not solely bound to him. And you are right, there is a possibility that these might not do anything, but looking at what the three eldest did and are capable of, these, when at the right moment. And then he taps the urn with this creation from its very mind while it slumbers. Is the best chance to deliver the killing blow. It is nothing that can be done right away. For you're right, for it to strike him even now, I doubt would kill him, but it has enough impact at the right moment to deliver the killing blow. That's why you are here. That is why you are my champions, along with your sires and friends, because you have the capabilities of pushing them to that point. And do not forget our friend who waves his hand and you see a skiff with a ferryman on it. You are not the only ones that have gathered allies. Real allies. And he says that not in to clarify that, not that you haven't gathered allies, but this is a true ally to him, not a pawn. If anything, it's like his queen.
What exactly happens to those entities that are tied to those magics that we're going to use up?
Now, those entities, they are very much a byproduct. very much attached to this essence, they will cease to exist.
And you know, if they cease to exist, then those under them cease to exist.
It is a price to be paid to save all that is and will be.
Seems to me we're going to.
This is like my grandfather's speech all over again.
I kind of nod. It kind of is.
And I don't mean to sound like my dad when I say this, but fuck that.
Okay. You have no idea how conceited this sounds to me because I'm referring to myself in another character.
No, don't worry, I'm aware.
My dad is one of the greatest tacticians on this world. He knows what the true enemy is. And are you trying to tell me you're a better tactician than he is? Because I know he wouldn't sacrifice nearly what you're planning to sacrifice.
No,
And
he just sacrificed countless lives to be able to achieve his goals, what he feels is right. I may be
Right.
doing it on a grander scale, but no different.
right. But he sacrifices only what's needed to be sacrificed.
Not just everything.
Everything isn't being sacrificed. If everything was being sacrificed, I would be aiding them and not you.
You have a fundamental. Okay. Where is your fundamental understanding of this entity coming from? Because you have one major assumption here, that kind of, if you're wrong about it, screws everyone. Your major assumption is that this reality has already been birthed and is not connected to said entity anymore. And the fact that he's still connected to, I'm sorry, I forget, I'm blanking on the name, but my character would know it, the realm of the aberrations.
Far realm.
Since he is so intricately connected to the far realm, kind of goes to disprove your theory that he is a separate entity. That he is not
far realm. The far realm is connected to him.
And the far realm
that
is
is where
to this realm.
Yes, much like Arcadia, or not Arcadia, Abaddon is as well, though your family has made great strides to keep those doors locked.
The secondary question is, if the three greater deities were to rise up against him again, they wouldn't be rising up against him alone, unlike they did before. Now, given the entities that would rise up alongside them aren't as strong as they are, they still possess a significant amount of power.
He says, do not get me wrong, young Oathbinder. There's always a chance. There is no absolute certainty except death, even for those that claim to be immortal. Eventually, the ferryman clucks us all. There is a chance that if the three rise are able to fight side by side, and the risen allies and armies, there is a chance that this is not needed. And if that's the case, it will be returned.
Won't my father? I point to Gavin's father, Gavin, and I say, and Gavin's father need access to that magic in order to take out their intended target.
Was it not you who hypothesized that your father with the gems would be able to do something? Maybe not to what you extended, but the Drake still has much to play in all of this. For even I make errors. And he looks at you again. That same kind of look he gave at you for mentioning the book.
I've surprised him twice. I feel like I've accomplished everything I need to accomplish.
Game over, guys. We win.
I'll flat out ask, at what point do the godlike entities start dying that are connected to divine energy? When it's halfway full? 3/4 full?
When it is used to its fullest. About 90% or 90% full, they will fall into a state of torpor. At 100, they will cease to exist.
So at 90%, the dragon population starts declining.
No, because they're primal. Primal magic is not being touched.
Well, certain dragons. Some dragons will be, some dragons will be.
The metallic and chromatic dragons will start dropping.
No, because they have a innate connection to nature magic, or nature as a whole. They would just start drawing off of that as opposed to drawing off of...
Because
they don't
access to divine power.
Yeah, but that is not what happened during the first campaign. They didn't start rehatching and stuff until we woke in and freed both Bahamut and Tiamat again.
Right, but we severed their connection to Bahamut and Tiamat because we didn't want them connected with
kill switch just in case. That was
I screwed that up. I wasn't supposed to reveal that. I got that way screwed up. Shit. So, guys, in the last campaign, when we brought the dragons back, Drake was worried about Bahamut and Tiamat either being 86th and the dragons going the way the dodo birds again, or the dragons' control being usurped away. And so he put a failsafe in before we brought everyone back. That would completely and totally remove their connection to Bahamut and Tiamat, and now Mortoi, in its entirety, and instead would become primal entities and draw their strength from the primal magic instead of from those entities.
Now, the dragons generally still worship the dragon gods.
But they'd be closer to what mortals are to gods as opposed to divine children.
And they're also free to choose what god they worship now instead of all chromatic being
Well,
Tiamat.
if Drake's final solution is triggered.
What kind of Order 66 shit is this?
He didn't put a controlling order in him. He just did a "you're free now" order. So, as a matter of fact, he did the opposite. He did it in Order 99. Bahamut and Tiamat are currently Order 66ing all dragons. Drake installed an Order 99 that basically frees them from said control and said link.
But this would stop their connection to the divine magic.
That is all said out of game.
Yep.
Because Solid would not know about that.
Yep.
I got that confused for a moment there because I was thinking.
Funny enough, it's in that book.
I'm sorry, what?
Funny enough, it's in that book.
You're shitting me.
Nope, because you did that before the time bubble.
Did that in the time bubble?
Well, in the time bubble. So yeah, that's in the book. Solon and y'all can learn that.
I don't know what to say here.
That book needs to die.
If Drake knew it existed, yeah, he would say it needs to be burned and it needs to be burned immediately.
But I have it. I'm going to study it, and I said I'm going to study the parchment notes.
Solid doesn't know about this plan, so it's not like he's going to try to get in your way.
This still includes the death of my father, the death of his dragon,
No, your dragon would be fine. It's your dad.
No, his dragon
No.
would
his
die.
dragon's the celestial now. Yeah.
Yes.
Celestial dragons would be screwed.
Yeah.
There's no saving them. And same with infernal dragons. Those two are gone.
Gideon might not die right away, but he would not have his immortality. He would become a mortal, not a paladin. He's basically a fighter. Hey, he gets a free respect.
Gavin asked what happens to the Lords of the North.
Portion of them, or the lords, or the fallen.
The fallen, sorry.
Portion of them will perish. Those that draw upon arcane, occult, and divine.
Seers would cease to be a thing, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
They would. They would no longer be. Your father should be quite happy at that idea. Speaking to you, Solon. Because Drake hated fucking seers.
Yeah, but now he's grown past them.
Yeah, but that's
now he enjoys rubbing in their faces that they can't see him anymore.
And
it's like surpassing what you hate.
And the fact that he has one to use on
Drake.
others.
Drake, you could like in the back of his mind. Drake's like, "T's a divine plant, right?"
No, it's more like
primal.
I know. Just
it actually is divine symbol of in a lot of Japanese culture. So maybe I'll get lucky.
If Xandric lives, he will make it happen to where that's recreated. Just this moment, Drake.
Xandric's kind of shit out of luck.
Loses all his bardic capabilities.
Yeah, I
His
know.
planeswalking abilities.
Oh,
At least he has his books.
An-
resetting
an-
the world into a new order where mortals and people like you can truly forge their lives without the interference of gods or nightmares beyond the realms. And I know I'm getting tired too. Sam's passing out on us. But basically, that's the gist of what he's saying.
Another question, and I hate that I was asking this to Sleepy Zadok, but the Dragon Lords, their powers between their dragons, is that not divine?
No, it's actually not. It would be.
That would be blood magic, almost adjacent.
Be blood magic adjacent, so probably arcane. But if Solon flipped his switch, it would switch to a primal magic connection.
Okay.
Because it's a direct connection. The magic that you gain, you're gaining because your dragon is a magical creature.
Mm-hmm.
So if you switch the magical source of the dragons, the nature of the connection would change.
Okay.
So it's like switching to a different type of battery.
But Solon has to switch that.
Solon would have to be the one to flip the switch.
So Solon included all dragons, but didn't include the dragon gods.
No, because they are divine by nature.
The reason I can actually give you a reason. This is all out of game, so everybody play with this with as much as you want, but keep in mind the reason why Solon had such Drake had such a great access to it is because Mortoy created his divine body in the time bubble, but fell asleep before Drake did, and he forged a connection to all dragons to become the third dragon god, essentially leaving a backdoor open to Drake. And because Drake's magic was used to facilitate this particular deal, making him the third dragon god, Drake essentially had complete server access.
Okay.
Y'all don't understand, and y'all are now actually starting to see some of the shit that Dan did, and I was so proud of him. Because we did a lot of side sessions for this shit, so it was not metagaming for y'all. And what he's saying right now, you theoretically will learn if you read that book.
Okay.
Yep. Drake hacked the Matrix.
He really did. I mean, that in order to save dragons, he really did. Like, his entire thought process, he didn't know about this plan. But his plan was to save them from should something happen to Bahamut, Tiamat, and Mortoy again.
Which, hey.
Which it turns out is going to, if this plan of this guy's goes through, it will happen again.
I take it none of this affects the horsemen, or daemons or that sort.
No, because they draw power directly from the primordial
the aspect, the aspect of what they are.
Okay. I didn't think so, but
yeah, a heavy revelation has been placed upon you. This entity or this man is not foolhardy to believe that his plan is the only plan, but it's the most logical and chance of succeeding, at least in his mind.
damn, you just brought back Paylor just for him to die again.
Pretty much.
And the Shama, Court of Stars.
No,
Court of...
I bring this up to him. What about the Court of Stars? How does that fit into your plan?
This is Sleepy GM talking. What are you referring to? Because I'm pretty much at my end.
Court of Stars is the direct counterpoint to Daemons, and their entire existence should be focused around fighting the awakening of the ancestor. So, is he allied with the Court of Stars? Is he working against them? Yeah, parallel? Doesn't know they exist?
My interaction with the Court of Stars is limited, but I've utilized them effectively when I can. That was a wrinkle before even us first humans stepped forth. Your mother bound them to oaths that limited their interaction on this plane. Only one can exist in a material plane at a time. Loopholes given, such as what you performed with the sword. And no, you were wrong, Dan. They did have somebody in the time bubble that has amazing sight.
Oh.
Tura, Archaon's wife.
Yeah, but she doesn't have the sight capable of piercing Drake.
No, but she is very impressive with her sight. There's literally only a like 4 entities that can see Drake.
I know, but none of them were in the time bubble, is my point.
Yep.
So if Drake needs to, he can still sneak up on this motherfucker.
Actually, no, your Chained Oblivion was.
Yeah, but like you said, there's stealing.
Yeah. There's like he has much like Archaon can kind of predict through honed instincts and prediction of where an enemy will strike. That's why you still have to roll a stealth roll against him, but it's against his intelligence instead of actual perception. It would be something more akin to that. So it's easier. It's still a lot easier for you to go unnoticed because you're going against one's intelligence instead of divine capabilities of, hey, I know you're right there.
What you just said connects a dot for me. That makes me chuckle.
Huh.
This entity isn't anywhere near as powerful as Paylor. That's why he needed to basically just nudge Paylor into death. My grandfather is the ultimate corrupter, and he took part of my grandfather's essence into himself. He doesn't even know the level of manipulation there.
That's right. This entity is a very astute, intelligent, but he is still a man. He might be immortal in the sense he won't ever die of old age, but he's still a man. He's not a god. He's might as well be a walking god, but not a true full-blown god.
He's about as strong as the Bloodlord.
Yeah.
So he's on a similar power level as his brother.
Yeah. So they're gods, quote unquote gods. I mean, the Bloodlord fought Cord back in their youth.
Bloodlord is a lesser god by designation, so he would fall into that same category and power category. It's just apparently their sister is the redhead stepchild of their particular family in terms of power.
She's quite capable,
but not lesser god level.
No. She's strong enough. Like I said, she's more like Baba Yaga and like entities like that. Very, very powerful. May seem godly to others, but Not where these two are. And then you have a fourth that you did finally confirm because you always theorized there was four.
No, we always knew there was four because the Bloodlord specifically said about his fourth brother being imprisoned.
That's correct. I'm really tired. I do vaguely remember that now, but yes.
Okay. What Solon says to him, point blank, is, I'm not anywhere near as smart as my father is. What you've implied to me and what I've learned in this particular last few days is anything to go by. There's no way in hell Drake didn't have plans going to up against this entity, this ancestor. On top of that, the proof is in the pudding, considering it looks like all of our fathers were in on it. I say looking at, well, by all our fathers, I mean, I look at Gavin.
Oh, Carl was in there for a point. That's how he got to freaking level 20 to match you all.
He was, but he didn't pick a, he isn't taking on a horseman.
He was going to originally take on Pestilence.
That's right, because Mortai wasn't going to take one on, so he was taking on
Yeah.
Pestilence.
Guess who that falls to?
Alexis, you are coming back. I say, we've been told on this island that our fathers have already challenged and intend to usurp the power of the ancestors' greatest servants for themselves.
Yes. And that...
Are you not worried that you might be interfering with their plans? That they may end up coming to a point where you just end up screwing each other over?
There is a reason why there's two sets of champions. One must hold the line while the other goes for the kill. When you enter Abaddon and you declare your intent as soon as you move, as soon as they move, there will be no one-on-one fight. Let's go have our friends go fight one horseman at a time. They will descend. And they will hold the line. They will get what they seek. They will become the new horsemen. But it is the second champions that will go for the winning blow.
I look
as gifted as your parents are, as clever, as intelligent, they cannot be both places at once. Not with what is stacked against them.
Yeah, but it's only if you intend to go the assassination route. In all honesty, if we're going the assassination route, Drake is the one you want to be the assaulter, and you want me to hold the line. That's what I'm good at. Wave upon wave of disposable creatures is kind of my forte.
Yes, but then when the creator unleashes assaults after assaults, your waves of minions keep your allies alive.
Not recently, but
You're kind of in that law level where it's just like,
I know you have to go here soon, Derek, because
Yeah.
you're getting ready to collapse. But
We will pick this up. This doesn't have to end right now. We can pick up this next session as well.
I
Oh,
don't
good.
pretend.
Because there's a lot of stuff I'm sure people want to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a couple questions, but you're really tired. I'm not going to ask them right now.
I'll be up for a little bit because if I go to sleep now, it's gonna fuck up my sleep schedule for Saturday when I go back to work. But my brain is pretty much dead. Where continuing a session much longer is just not going to be possible because I'm not going to be able to focus on it.
Auto game. I don't remember how much we went into because we all knew in the previous campaign about the ancestor. I'm calling him the ancestor for
That's
lack of a better
fine,
descriptor.
Mm-hmm.
Like we intended to fight him in the last campaign, and the strategy was going to be more of a, total warfare kind of strategy as opposed to one holds the line and one sneaks behind and, kidney strike.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
entity views like that will not work, and you will have to adjust. That's where his belief, his knowledge, whatnot, differs from Drake's and theirs.
That's
Who's
true.
right, and who's wrong? We'll find out because players.
You're 100% correct, but here's the problem, and this is what Drake is trying. This is what Solon is trying to bring up. You're running into the problem of you're working against each other because him draining away the magic, or just the magic, is weakening Drake and his plan. While at the same time, everything Drake is putting together is kind of setting up a scenario where the sneaking behind enemy lines won't necessarily work. Especially if the horsemen are taken out before they go to Abaddon.
Well, the only way you can kill fiends is on their home plane. So you'd have to figure out a way of how to actually.
The entities won't be dead, but their mantles will be transferred to us. Because you remember, the transfer of War's mantle was a direct, because there was a direct, I don't remember if it was a deal or if it was a challenge. The fight over War was, I'm going to beat you in this war, in which case, I'll become War then.
Yep. And he is one step closer to that. Because, I mean, War, being a tactician like he is and whatnot, literally the definition of tacticians, that's why he fucking did what he did to basically do everything in his book to make 2 seals in this incarnation. So for Drake to actually become victorious here, Solon has to be purged of his seal. Because when that happens, of course, this is out of game because this is referring to campaign 1 stuff. When that happens, he is victorious because War no longer has a champion. He no longer has a mean to break free until the ancestor gets strong enough again or regains enough strength to break the bonds itself.
Yeah. So if the seal is eliminated from Solon, Drake wins and he assumes the mantle of War and robs War of all of his corresponding powers. In which case, he's still Greater Demon Lord, incredibly powerful, incredibly potent, more power to him. But he's no longer the threat that he previously was. And it's the same way with Araxis and her fight against Pestilence. If she can overcome that and Xandric and his current trial with Vault of something or other.
Vault of
Sin.
Sin.
Yeah. If he can overcome that, he gains the mantle of Famine, and Famine loses.
I still got to make Xandric. I feel like that's going to be extensive.
It
Right.
is.
And then Death, that's the one that everyone was kind of tricked out about. So you have your challenge written out for you, Charlie.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can, like you said, we can continue this next session. It's just I'm running through things and I'm like, these are two plans that don't necessarily mesh well together.
Nope. And I mean, that's part of, again, player agency and choice. Because do you go the route of doing what you all could not do with Archaon and actually change this entity's mind? Do you kill this entity? Do you play both plans? You know, that's player choice and whatnot. Because again, this entity is very, very powerful. He's very knowledgeable. Um, he's an entity that I can kind of play knowing a lot of stuff because that's literally what kind of character, the basis of who he is. But ultimately, he's still just a mortal that doesn't die of old age. Yes, lesser god power, but I mean, he could be struck down, just like the Bloodlord could be struck down. So it's very much you all have player agency and player choices, and whatever you decide to do and manage to achieve is up to you all, and I love those things. So, but yes, I'm hopping off here because I want to talk to Sam before she goes to bed, so I can say goodnight to her and everything like that. April 14th is coming up soon. I cannot wait. Again, that week and potentially the week after, won't have a game. I'll let you know if if it's going to be a 2-week hiatus or if it's just going to be the one as we get closer.
Okay, man.
Sounds good.
But
Only question, just kind of a question for you, real quick. Were we going to try to get together tomorrow to do more exploration, or are we going to wait until next week?
That's up to you guys. I can't tomorrow. I work tomorrow night.
I will not guarantee. It depends when I wake up, but if I wake up enough and enough people want to do it, we can.
Okay. Doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I just kind of was asking just so I could.
Yeah.
Plan
If you
accordingly.
don't hear anything from me by like 3 or 4 o'clock, assume not.
Okay. Sounds good.
All
Night,
right.
everybody.
All right.
Y'all have a nice night. Talk to you soon. Sam, I'm going to give you a call.
Yep. Night, guys.
Night.